Cue the dramatic screaming!
It's the finale!
Insert dramatic yelling!
Welcome to the end!
Welcome to the end, everyone. It is time for the finale to our Terror of Tsathoggua campaign, the Curse of Tsathoggua. It's been a long time coming, and we're finally going to find out what the terrible secret that lies at the heart of this campaign is. Why is the Miskatonic University secretly stockpiling information about the Hyperboreans? Will our heroes, such as Mike Moxley, get the answers they've been looking for? Will they survive? Will their minds remain intact? We shall find out. I'd like to welcome everyone who's joined us already. For this session, it's going to be me, Remy, and M2 only, due to the circumstances of real life and in-game decisions that have led to M2 and Remy being the final two characters standing. Arkansas Smith will be joining us, and Smithy has left me exacting instructions for how to play everyone's favourite celebrity archaeologist. So, without further ado, let us get right into it. It has been exactly 1 month since your ill-fated visitation to the town of Dunwich. The visitation that originally started as just a reconnaissance trip to catch up with one of Myra Digger's old university friends that ended up resulting in the deaths of Myra and Orem Hillbridge, the aspiring archaeologist. And perhaps confirming to curious minds such as Mike Moxley that the Hyperboreans, despite being a race long dead, having perished millennia ago, there were still agents existing in the modern day, working against humanity, working towards some unknowable plan, and somehow Professor Matheson of Miskatonic University, your patron who sponsored and led your expedition to Greenland so long ago, is involved, making sure that relics and information of the Hyperboreans are taken away from any who would find them, hidden, covered up, and those who would find them are silenced with death if necessary. You've spent the last month, well, let's see, how have you spent the last month? We'll start first with Walter Richter, the contractor antiquarian who is working directly for Miskatonic University, whose orders are to work with Mike Moxley and the rest of the group to ensure that anything they uncover remains out of the public eye. How have you spent the last month since that ill-fated trip to Dunwich?
I would say that he probably went back to the university, reported in, and just did as much research as he could into the Hyperboreans and everything involved in everything that has been found in this case.
Very well, I would like you to start by doing a library use roll, please.
I think this character actually had library use. No, he didn't, but it's still pretty decent. Oh, pardon me.
Or you can do a cult if you like.
No, somehow library use is actually still higher. Where's my other D10? There it is. That is a 39, which is still a pass.
Pass. Now you may make a history roll with advantage as you pass library use.
History with advantage. Okay, what's is my history? It's been that long since I've looked at a Call of Cthulhu sheet. 59. Okay. Oh! Sorry, one of my dice just went flying.
That's okay.
It was plastic and it hit the metal. Yeah, that is a 2. That is a 54 and a 52. My history is a 59, so that's just normal pass.
Normal pass, very well. You may add 1d6 to your Cthulhu Mythos skill.
Oh, okay.
As you
Take that.
spend your month poring over all of the documents in your own possession and the materials that have been stockpiled in Miskatonic University's own library, trying to learn anything you can that may assist you in accomplishing your job, knowing after your prior experiences in Dunwich that lives may be at stake. It is during this period of research that you are called in for a meeting face to face with Professor Matheson in his office. It doesn't keep you long. He simply folds up a newspaper that he's looking at as you enter his office, and you briefly register the title banner of the newspaper as he folds it. It is the Vancouver Chronicle, Canadian newspaper. You don't get to see the headline as you enter the office. He turns around and places the newspaper on his desk under a stack of books and research papers. He simply folds his hands together, purses his lips, and says, "Mr. Moxley and his friends will be receiving an irresistible hook very soon. I fear, in fact, I hope, that this nightmarish ordeal will soon be coming to an end. When the time comes, and you will know it, I expect you to abide by your duty. Ensure that Mr. Moxley does not make anything public using whatever resources at your disposal. Do you understand?"
Yes, sir. I understand completely.
He nods silently, beckons for you to leave. Mike Moxley,
I'll be right back.
what have you spent the last month doing? I'm sure it's been a busy time, as you can't quite shake the feeling that everything's about to come to a head.
Goes with that part goes that saying, apart from just the usual work around the office, after the last events and figuring out that our lovely Miskatonic friends are well and truly involved in this, Mike Moxley might just put some boots to the pavement and try and look up what he can about the actual Miskatonic University people. Because, yes, while these people have been wonderful helping out, there's clearly something that they're definitely keeping from us.
I would like you, depending on how you wish to go about this, putting some boots on the ground, tapping your contacts, you may make a persuade, charm, or fast talk roll.
A persuade, charm, or what was the other one?
Or fast talk.
Let's see, what am I best at? Well, persuade and fast talk are basically the same. Charm, yeah, don't worry about that one. Alright. Okay, I gotta re-roll that, because of course I do. Okay, that is a 27 on, let's go persuade. That's a hard pass.
You spend a few weeks putting some boots on the ground, quizzing residents of Arkham and your contacts alike, pulling in some favours that you've been owed for quite some time, almost as if your life depends on breaking this last very big story. And you learn that among some elements of Arkham, the Miskatonic University bears a strange reputation. It is known as one of Massachusetts' foremost centers of learning, but that's not what put it on the map. Rather, the Miskatonic University seems to have crafted its name based on a rather murky reputation for their students and faculty asking too many questions, perhaps about too many things that man was never meant to understand. It's in fact an open secret in Arkham that sections of the Orne Library there are sections of the Orne Library that are essentially cordoned off, not just from the public, but from students of the university and most of the faculty themselves. And rumour has it that these sections of the Orne Library are filled with decades worth of materials that were never meant to see the light of day, that the Miskatonic University, for whatever reason, deigns never to reveal to the public information about cultists, cryptids, bizarre disappearances, aliens, Bigfoot, and many other strange occurrences. Would you like to attempt to sneak into the Orne Library and see if you can see for yourself some of these materials?
You know what? The last episode, screw it, let's try this. Coin flip. Legitimately have a 50-50 shot at this.
Yep, so I would like you to please make a sneak roll.
Oh, that is a 48, so it's just scraping it past.
Yep. So you wait until night time when the university won't be active, and you make your way across the empty campus into the Orne Library building. The night librarian is on duty, but seems to have busied herself with rearranging several of the new returns in one of the aisles. And so you quickly make your way past her towards the door leading to the restricted section, making sure the coast is clear. You enter. You find the back of the library thrust into almost pitch black darkness. There are no electric lights in this section. It seems the only light that is available to you is a candlelit lantern hanging up near the entrance of the restricted section. You take it, light it up, and knowing that you have only perhaps maybe half an hour before before the librarian finishes her task and notices that somebody has entered the library building, you busy yourself trying to make sense of what's contained here. Please make either a library use or an occult check.
Do I have a cult? I do not. Alright.
You could also,
This is gonna be fun.
if you like, you can also make a photography check at disadvantage, try to photograph some of the materials.
Ooh, that is awfully tempting. Can I re-roll the photography check?
Yeah, you can push it.
Yeah, because despite having a 90, rolling 100 on a photography thing is bad. Okay, I rolled a 72 and a 74 that time, so that is just a regular pass.
So, despite the dim light, you only have the candlelit lantern to guide you. You sneak through the aisles, snapping several pictures of the spines of the books, of wreaths of paper, pulling out old student papers and scholarly articles, flipping through them and snapping pictures of the pages within. You discover that there is actually a significant amount of material, not just about the Hyperboreans, but about a number of other strange happenings in this section of the library, relating to strange entities with names like Shub-Niggurath, Yog-Sothoth, and Nyarlathotep, dating back at least 30 or 40 years. There's nothing here that tells you why the Miskatonic University is chronicling all these events, nor why they have them squirreled away. But there is enough material here about the Hyperboreans and some of the other strange occurrences related to them that you may add 1d6 to your Cthulhu mythos.
Solid. And all I had to do is do a minor felony.
Getting the
I
story.
mean, it's only a minor felony if you get caught. That's a
You're gonna get the
3. I'll
scoop.
take that.
So,
Gotta get them scoops by all means necessary.
while you were searching the restricted section of the Horn Library, you come across 2 things that, as soon as you see them, make your heart sink. The first is a police report accompanied by a coroner's dissertation. These are the sorts of things that would be quite easy for you to get a hold of, particularly concerning the content of these reports, but for some reason, agents of Miskatonic University acted quickly and ensured that these never fell into your hands. Both reports concern the death of a Dr. Eugene Earl by suicide. You hadn't heard from Dr. Earl in a couple of weeks now. The last you'd spoken to him, he had told you that he had intended to do some research into his own channels, some psychiatric analysis of certain people committed to the Arkham Sanatorium who, until this point, he had disregarded, but after recent events, realized may hold some strange insight. You hadn't heard from him since then, and it appears this is the reason why. The reports detail that no more than a week ago, Dr. Eugene Earl was found dead in his office at the Arkham Sanatorium. His death apparently the result of suicide, a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The gun in question being described in the reports as a rather insane contraption consisting of at least 2 or 3 rifles with separate firing mechanisms somehow combined together with a flashlight and pith helmet serving as further attachments to the strange firearm. It appears that Eugene Earl, in whatever mania or depression had gripped him in the days and hours before his death, had refashioned this device to ensure that when he turned it upon himself, it would completely obliterate him. The coroner's report states that there was simply nothing left of the man's head, his office itself scattered with fragments of bone, brain, and flesh.
Damn it, Doc.
The second item that brings you pause is a newspaper from a foreign, an article from a foreign newspaper, or at least a translation of it. The original newspaper is provided as a Brazilian publication. It's articles written in Portuguese. You can't make sense of that, but a helpful agent of Miskatonic University has left a translation along with the paper. You quickly glimpse the article. It's dated about a month ago, about the time when you set off for that ill-fated visitation to Dunwich, and it concerns one Victor Carrisberg, world-renowned adventurer and guide, who, sadly, appears to have perished while mountaineering in the Andes. The article describes that Victor Carrisberg and his entourage all seemingly perished in an avalanche that occurred as a result of a freak blizzard. The strange thing noted by the article is that blizzards of that caliber are not exactly a common occurrence in this part of South America. It's not a particularly cold region of the world, and despite Carrisberg's party being high up in the mountains, Snow and ice and freak weather events such as this aren't really known. Your mind instantly flashes back to Greenland, the Gnopke, the terrible polar bear demon able to summon freak blizzards at will, and the fact that Victor Karasberg promised himself to this entity.
I can take a. Is it possible for me to take a picture of this one?
Yeah, you just snap a photograph of the translation, and you quickly sneak out of the restricted section. The librarian looks up at you as you leave, and she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're closed to the public. Come back tomorrow morning."
Fair enough, ma'am.
You tip your hat to her and leave, pulling the door shut behind you. And so, our story skips to the present day, a month after the journey to Dunwich. Mike Moxley, you've been keeping an eye on foreign newspapers after discovering that article about the death of Victor Karasberg, and you've been paying a number of clipping services to provide you with to send you articles that are related to a certain area of interest. In this case, Big Feet and anything that could be construed to be related to the Hyperboreans. And on this day, you are surprised when you enter your office and find an envelope sitting on your desk, your name written on the front with the emblem of the clipping service stamped at the top right. You waste no time. You grab your letter opener, slice the envelope open, and pull out the article within. And I will bring that up in Owlbear for you.
Okay.
The article...
Pardon me, sorry.
The article appears to be clipped from the Vancouver Chronicle newspaper. It is dated almost 3 weeks ago.
Alright. Shall I read this out loud?
You may go ahead.
Wonderful. New primates discovered. Point Grey, BC. A spokesman for the University of Vancouver announced today that the specimen brought here from the Caribou Mountains may indicate that an unknown species of primate may inhabit the unexplored wilderness of northern British Columbia. That's what BC meant. Dr. Harvey Lantilla, head of the zoology department, said the specimen, an ape-like foot severed a few inches above the ankle, was presented to him by a trapper who claims to have found the frozen appendage near the foothills of the mountains. Though the specimen is not ready for public viewing, Dr. Lantilla describes the foot as human-sized, but with distinct structural differences that eliminate the possibility that it is of human origin. The foot is partially covered with coarse orange hair. According to Lantilla, extensive examination and dissection of the specimen is due to commence soon. It will most likely be shown to belong to an orangutan or a chimpanzee, possibly escaped from a traveling circus or carnival and now living in the wilds of the mountains. No plans have yet been made for the final disposition of the specimen. Vancouver Daily Prophets.
This immediately piques your interest. Sure,
Yep.
it could just be the foot of an ape. But there's something about how it's described as being covered in coarse orange hair that makes you understand deep down that this is the call to action you've been waiting for. You waste no time. You place a phone call through to Arkansas Smith. Arkansas informs you that he's been keeping watch of the same channels that you have and has the exact same article in front of him right now. He says, needless to say, if there actually is proof of these Bigfoot creatures or these Hyperboreans out there, then Mr. Moxley, you and I will be famous if we're the ones to finally bring proof of their existence to light, don't you think?
Normally I'd be all in on getting the scoop, fame, and glory, but look, I got some stuff I gotta tell you. You're gonna have to wait until we get, a meet in person.
Arkansas says, but of course, I've already booked us tickets to Vancouver by train. We'll have a solid several days on the train to catch up on recent events. Let's meet at Arkham train station later today. Sound good to you?
Perfect.
He hangs up. Then, knowing that the more hands you have, the better your chances of survival, you place a call through to Walter Richter. Walter, it's as you expected. Mike Moxley has received the call to action that Professor Matheson warned you about, and just as expected, has reached out to you. You waste no time in ensuring him that you'll be along to meet him shortly. The three of you meet at Arkham train station later that day, early in the afternoon. Arkansas reaches into his coat and hands each of you a ticket. The train will take you straight to Vancouver Express. The trip should take just under 48 hours. Arkansas sighs and says, well, plenty of time to brush up on my people skills during the ride, and maybe we can catch up on recent events as well, he says as he makes sure he lifts away the brim of his coat and ensures that his whip is contained within a holster inside, and then stands at the edge of the platform as the horn of the train rings throughout the station and the old steam engine comes to a grinding stop in front of you. Is there anything you guys would like to do during the train ride to Canada?
Not really, because the internet isn't a thing, so... Well,
Yeah.
laptops.
pretty much just got 48 hours to discuss your plans or anything else you wish to touch on. It's unlikely that your fellow passengers will know anything about this strange foot. But if you want to question them, feel free.
I'm probably just gonna chill.
Yep. So, the first night of your journey, you're all resting in the cabin that was assigned to you at the back of the train. Arkansas Smith is lounging across the bottom bunk bed, and he's furling through the issue of the Vancouver Chronicle that the article is printed in. He looks up at you as he flips through the pages, and he says, so, I'm assuming when we get to Vancouver, our first port of call is this Professor Lantilla man. Any other ideas you chaps happen to have? I'd be happy to listen to, though. I don't want to, as much as I am the natural leader of this group, I don't want to take complete control of this investigation.
That's the specimen brought from the unexplored wilderness of northern British Columbia. And forgive me if this is a really stupid question. How far away is the northern British Columbia from Vancouver?
Vancouver, a trip of maybe 10 to 12 hours by train. It's a reasonably large province.
Yeah.
Okay.
Solid trip.
I was gonna say I'd like to go and find the person that brought it in and see where he brought it in, but that's not gonna happen while we're in Vancouver.
Well, in either case, says Arkansas, the man's name isn't listed in this article, but we should remember to ask the professor, as I'm sure he'll remember the name of the trapper who presented him with such a wonderful find.
Not wrong there.
He says, speaking of that, what questions exactly are we going to ask of the professor? I don't suppose we want to let him fully in on everything we've uncovered thus far.
That's actually a good point. What are we going to tell him that we came all this way for?
Mike Moxley, you're a journalist. You have a press pass, and even though you're from
I'm good.
Arkham, with a find like this, it's entirely possible that the professor would just be flattered to answer questions from a journalist from from as far away as Massachusetts. But what information are you looking to get out of him?
Well, obviously, I mean, we definitely want to start with, like, information on the guy who called it in to begin with, and any findings they've made about it so far. Like, we already know, like, the three of us already know what this is, like, 90% going to be, but we still have to at least make it sound like we're, trying to figure out, what's been discovered about it and all this other stuff, because we can't just sit there and say, oh, we've found stuff like this before, because obviously they'll be like, wait, what do you mean?
Good point, says Arkansas. Let's play dumb for now and see what the professor thinks he's found.
I guess I could pretend to be a liaison from the university.
You could, but you are also an antiquarian, so it's possible that you could pose as a museum curator.
Oh, that's right, that's my actual occupation.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Right, I have an actual job.
Yeah. Right. Yes, right.
At this point, Mike is going to get up and go, I might go stretch my legs for a minute. Hey, can I have a quick word with you, Arkansas?
Arkansas nods. He says, "Oh, a stroll to the dining cart for late night dessert? Please, be my guest." And he follows you out of the cabin.
As we're leaving, I will turn back a little while to go, and you want us to get you anything while we're out?
Nah, I'm good, thanks.
You see Walter just reclining in his bed, pulling the blankets over his face as you shut the door behind you.
Fair enough. And while we are heading down that way, as soon as we're far enough from our car that we're out of the earshot, I am going to inform him of the circumstances of our former comrades and where, more importantly, I found the information.
Arkansas looks at you, his face stony, expressionless, as he listens to you tell him of what you found, and then he sighs and he says, "Well, I won't lie to you, I did expect that something would happen to at least some of us after what we went through down in Dunwich. It seems by finding out through John Courage that Professor Matheson is involved, we may have kicked the hornet's nest."
You're not bothered by the fact that these guys are actively and willingly covering up everything we've come across? I mean, it's one thing to, try and keep this information from the public to not scare them, but it's another thing to just bury people and pretend like they never existed.
He nods and he says, "You're not wrong, but please, I have high expectations of the wonderful team that is Arkansas Smith and Mike Moxley. We've been through so many things by this point and uncovered so many secrets that others didn't wish for us to uncover." He tips his hat and he says, "Look, I'll be straight, and discarding my flair for just a moment, I know we have each other's backs, and even though we may be in danger, I have confidence that you and I, working together, will get to the bottom of this."
Speaking of working together, I think it's best if we keep an eye out on our other mutual associate.
Oh, of course.
Call me crazy. I was going to say, call me crazy, but him being so close to the university, I can't help but feel that he's keeping an eye on us.
Oh, of course, says Arkansas. Believe me, I am not spending any of my time disregarding someone who seeks to crush the legend of Arkansas Smith and his wondrous adventures. You mark my words.
Yeah, whatever helps you get through it, buddy.
The rest of the train journey is uneventful, and it's just over 2 days later that you find yourselves about to enter the biology and anthropology wing of the University of Vancouver. The University of Vancouver is a grand old campus of red brick buildings constructed around the turn of the century, located in Point Grey, a suburb to the south and west of Vancouver. Here, in the biology department, the newly discovered appendage is kept frozen. Upon arriving at the train station in Vancouver, you head into the train station and ask to be pointed to the public telephone. You make a call to the university, and when Professor Lantilla hears that a journalist, an antiquarian with connections to several museums, and the illustrious Arkansas Smith wish to speak to him, there is no trouble at all in establishing an appointment. And so later that very same day, here you are, walking through the corridor of the biology department until you come face to face with the frosted glass window embedded in a brown polished oak door with Harvey Lantilla in black lettering painted across the frosted glass. Who'd like to knock?
Yeah, Mike Moxley will knock. He seems to be leading up on this one.
Yep. So not Mike Moxley, you reach out and you knock on the door. A voice calls out, "Oh! Is that Mr. Moxley and accompanying... is that Mr. Moxley and friends?"
That it is, sir.
Please, come in. I've got the whiskey ready. We can have a nice chat. You look at the others, shrug, and then you grab the doorknob and pull the door open, stepping into the very organized office. You remember Professor Matheson's office at the Miskatonic University. His desk covered in books and research papers, all sorts of materials scattered all about. Well, Professor Lantilla's office is on the opposite end of the spectrum. His desk is almost empty, save for a newspaper with an article on the front page talking about the dissection of the foot to take place very soon. An oil lamp, and you notice that he only has one single small bookshelf just behind his desk, and the selection of materials in it is not a huge variety. He seems to have maybe 10 or so books about biology, and then the rest are fiction novels and other general interest books on the topics of cars and electronics and hiking. Professor Lantilla himself is a man in his early to mid-50s, his hair still mostly dark black but with edges of grey around the sides. His jolly face pockmarked with wrinkles and crow's feet, and his brown eyes looking wide and excited like a child's eyes behind his huge brass spectacles. He gestures towards three leather upholstered seats in front of the desk and says, Please take a seat." And then he turns around, grabs a bottle of whiskey from the bookshelf behind him, and begins to pour whiskey into 3 tiny shot glasses. You take your seats, he hands you your shot glasses, and then he sits down behind his desk. He stretches his arms and he says, Now, you mentioned on the phone that you wish to talk about the Sasquatch foot.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Please forgive me. I was excited on the phone and I readily agreed to an appointment, but I don't think we actually discussed what exactly your interest in this is. Now, I understand you're a journalist, Mr. Moxley, and of course I know that Arkansas Smith here, well, everyone knows what he's spent his life doing. At this, Arkansas just blushes and makes a fake bow to the man. But, Mr. Richter here, well, please, tell me in your own words, what business exactly you have with my finding. I wasn't aware that the news had made its way down to Massachusetts yet.
Well, I'm an antiquarian, good sir. I come looking for anything that could be of interest.
You mean to say that you wish to have... don't let me get this straight. You're proposing either to purchase this item or to just have it displayed in a museum. Am I to understand this correctly?
Well, if it turns out that is an option, then yes, I would like to be here to be the first to discuss that. However, I'm more here for personal interest. It just, well, as you said, this is the first, as the article said, this is the first of its kind. It could indicate a new unknown species, so this is more of a opportunity to learn before business really comes into play.
Please make a persuade check.
Oh, shit.
What we're saying is I probably should have gone first then.
Persuade. Oh, no, hold on. Persuade's actually one of my more decent skills. Definitely when you roll a 10. So that is an extreme pass.
This seems to satisfy him. He just nods and then he turns to Mike Moxley and he says, Mr. Moxley, what exactly has piqued the Arkham Advertiser's interest? I wasn't aware that the Arkham Advertiser was a biology or anthropology journal. Indeed, from my own research, as I understand it, the Arkham Advertiser is a local newspaper.
Yeah, that might be true, sir, but let's face it, when it comes to the discovery of potentially a brand new species, that's headline news no matter where you put it. And we have been known to put out some interesting articles about oddities across the states, even venturing as far into Canada. Yeah, it's one of those things where, you can't just say no and ignore something this big.
Arkansas leads forward and interjects. Besides, Mike Moxley has exclusive rights to interviews with yours truly. At this, Lantilla simply smiles. Please make a persuade or fast talk check.
Same regardless. Oh, come on, stop making me push it. I have decent stats for this. It's a 61, so it's just a pass.
The professor nods and then he leans back in his chair and he says, well, that seems to be in order. Well, I received the foot just about 3 weeks now. I had it frozen to preserve it until I was ready for the dissection. I've been gradually thawing it over the last couple days so that I may make the dissection later tonight and write a report about it, but I'm willing to answer any questions you have before then, so please, what would you like to know?
First and foremost, Mike gets out his usual pencil and paper to make sure he's got the notes for it. The person who brought it in, you wouldn't happen to remember who that was by any chance?
He nods. He raises his finger to his chin and strokes it for a few seconds as he thinks. He says, Morris Cotswold, I believe his name was. He's from a small town about 6 or 7 hours by train from here called Dog Fork. apparently, he and a partner of his found the foot in a bear trap that they had laid out in the woods. The rest of the specimen was, well, unaccounted for. Only the foot was left behind in the trap. He stated that his partner wanted to keep it on the down low, but he came down to Vancouver and presented it to me in the interest of having me identify it. I purchased it from him immediately, and promised that I would send him a copy of the report when I finally got around to writing it. As far as I know, Mr. Cotswold has now returned to his cabin in Dog Fork. So, if you'd like to question him, you might need to book a train ride up north. Cotswold is a tall man, strongly built, and his arms were both covered in tattoos. Tattoos of apes and monkeys and herring men, things like that. He was quite uneducated, but he seemed very well versed in the lore and legend surrounding the Sasquatch.
Interesting. Just to make sure, what was that name again? Just to make sure I got that one there right.
Morris Cotswold.
That is a fantastic name.
He says, if you're looking for other people to question aside from him, perhaps someone a little bit more closer to home. After I took possession of the foot, I was visited by an anthropologist from the University of Toronto, quite well known in these parts, an up-and-coming young star, recently finished his PhD and has already got 2 well-known expeditions under his belt, a man by the name of Terrence Buell.
Oh. Well, isn't that just a nice coinky-dink?
He looks at you and raises his eyebrow. He says, "Oh, you know of Mr. Buell?"
Yeah, we've actually, we've had the pleasure of working with him on one of his previous expeditions. Wow, that music kicked in all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, with this revelation, perhaps it was appropriate. Lantilla nods and he says, "Well, if you know the fellow, then I'm sure Buell would be happy to answer some questions. He came and viewed the foot about a week and a half ago now. He brought with him an odd scalp. He said it was from Tibet, supposedly taken from a Yeti. I do happen to know that his most recent expedition that he returned from just last month was to Tibet. He was accompanied by his fiancée, too, a young girl by the name of Donna. Though he trails off and says, well, I'll follow the old adage. If I have nothing nice to say, I'll choose to say nothing at all."
That good, huh?
You could try to push him if you want.
Just smirk a little bit and goes, "Oh, come on. Surely that'd be something about her that piqued your interest."
Please make a charm or a persuade check.
Charm or persuade? Wait, I'll definitely persuade, and that is an extreme pass. Extreme hard pass, sorry.
He frowns and he says, well, Mr. Buell told me that his fiancée was a biology and anthropology student who he was mentoring. Though when Mr. Buell was out of the room, I posed her some very basic questions about the discipline, and she was unable to answer satisfactorily. So I suspect that Mr. Buell brought a lame person to see the foot, and that concerns me, especially as he lied to me about why she was there. Furthermore, well, far be it from me to make this judgment, but she was particularly unladylike, wasn't wearing a dress, preferred to wear denim pants and overalls, like what a factory worker would wear. And I got close enough to her and noticed that, well, for a woman, she was rather hairy. Seemed to have this very fuzzy orange hair all down her arms and neck.
Interesting.
It definitely sounds like the kind of girl that'd stick out a little bit.
He says, yes, well, I did wish to try to get to know her a bit more, but apparently Mr. Buell was only able to stay for a couple of days. He said he was getting ready to leave on another expedition. The couple was staying at a hotel in Vancouver, not far from here, called the Belton Arms. I'm not sure if they're still there, but if you wish to pick up their trail, perhaps the staff over there would be able to point you in the right direction. He says, otherwise, the lore of the Sasquatch is quite well known in these parts. If you head down to the university library, I'm sure you'll be able to dig up some old newspapers with some of the more fanciful stories. He leans in, looks at Mike Boxer and says, might add a bit of spice to your article in your local paper, you know.
Well, you might just do that.
He says, is there anything else I can do for you?
Anyone else got any questions for him?
No.
Arkansas leans forwards and says, well, you and I are well known in this field, Professor. So perhaps you'll grant me and my friends a boon and let us take a look at the foot itself. Rolling for Arkansas, Lantilla looks at him, he raises his eyebrows and says, well, it's not fully thawed yet, and I wasn't planning to unwrap it until it was done, but oh, well, please, you can look, but do not touch. He stands up and shuffles over to a small, like a bar refrigerator, next to the bookshelf behind his desk. He opens it up and retrieves a big bundle about 30-40 centimeters long, wrapped in brown paper. He carefully carries it over to his desk, gingerly places it down, and then unwraps the brown paper, revealing the partially thawed foot underneath, covered in thick orange hair, clumps of it bound together with dripping ice. Interesting, says Arkansas as he leans over and begins to examine it. If anyone would like to make either a biology or natural world or anthropology check, you could go ahead.
Yeah.
What'd you say? Biology? No, I do not have biology. Anthropology? No. What was the other one?
You could do anthropology, biology, or natural world.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go with natural world and hope that I get another 10.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm allowed to take a picture of it, I'm great. But otherwise, yeah,
I'm gonna push because I may as well.
Got nothing.
Nope. Failed miserably.
Yeah.
Yep.
You take a look at it, and it's a big, thick foot with orange hair. Based on its muscle density and the size of the foot itself, you can tell that it is definitely not that of an orangutan. But that said, you don't know exactly what it is, and can't exactly glean any useful information. However, Arkansas appears to be particularly interested in it. He spends a few more moments just staring at it, prods it with his index finger, and he's going to make a natural world check because he has that at 50.
That makes sense.
And I'm going to roll that for him.
I mean, I can appraise it to see how much it's worth.
Yes, you could do an appraise check if you like.
It's a foot.
I may as well. Why not?
Yeah. What's
Let's
this
just
worth?
go under 10.
I was gonna say, what's this thing worth? I don't know, about $20 a pound.
I'm gonna push it because why not? No, that's a fail. I can't even tell how much it costs.
So you stare at the foot and you're trying to appraise it, and you don't really know how much of a price it would fetch in the collector's market, but you do notice one thing. despite the fact that the professor has gone to great lengths to freeze it and preserve it, the foot itself is not in very good condition. Large clumps of the fur are missing, and just above the ankle, where the foot would have been detached from the rest of the specimen, the cut is not very clean at all. It doesn't look as if somebody has cut or has carefully removed or even roughly cut the foot away. You see the end of the stump covered in shards of bone, and inside the foot itself, a bone with a large crack running down the side of it, which indicates to you that some great force tore this foot from the rest of the specimen.
So what you're saying is basically it's the equivalent of a wolf getting its foot caught in a bear trap and has, instead of biting it off, has just yanked its foot off.
Exactly. There are no teeth marks or anything, however, so you wonder what sort of creature would possess the strength to just wrench its own foot off to escape from a bear trap. Desperation makes things strong, so... Arkansas bites his bottom lip and he says, it's definitely not the sort of strength you'd expect from an orangutan. Well, I can't exactly learn a lot from the foot in this state, but if I were to hazard a guess based on the muscle density and the structure of the foot, the animal that this belonged to was about 7 feet tall, probably weighed 160 to 190 pounds. He looks at the two of you, and then he pulls his hat down over his face and says, far be it for me to say I definitely don't want to run into that thing.
Oh god, I just thought of a really stupid pun.
You can say
please,
it.
please. Come on.
7 foot, you sure it's not a foot shorter?
Everyone
I hate that.
Everyone just stares at you, and Arkansas Smith says, "You have a long way to go, my friend." The professor just smiles at you and then carefully wraps the foot back up. And he says, "Well, perhaps when Cotswold is able to get a complete specimen, which he said that he and his partner were working on, we'll know more. In either case, I'm going to perform the dissection later tonight, and if you like, I could send you a free copy of the report."
That is actually what I was going to ask for, so that would be brilliant, thank you.
He says, "I would say that 4 months or so seems reasonable." He then picks up the leg, carries it over to the bar fridge, and carefully places it in. He sits down and he says, "Now, if there's nothing else, I believe you'll have everything you'll need for a interesting article. And, Mr. Richter, I do believe in the coming months we will be in touch about what is to become of this specimen in terms of permanent preservation and display."
That would be most lovely, thank you. However, I was just wondering, would it be possible for me to come tomorrow, say early afternoon, midday, to just hear your initial findings?
He thinks for a moment and he says, "Well, so long as you promise that none of this gets into Mr. Moxley's article."
Trust me, if it got into Mr. Moxley's article, then I would not be the first person camped on your doorstep. It would be strictly beneficial for me to keep it to myself, that's for sure.
He nods and he says, "Well, good. I'm hoping my report will make quite the splash. Come tomorrow about 1 in the afternoon. We'll meet for lunch and I'll let you know my initial thoughts."
Good.
With that, he bids you all good luck and sees you out of his office and escorts you through the biology department back out onto the campus of Vancouver University. You stand there in the shadow of the red brick building, watching the students mill about, making their way between various wings of the school. sitting down on the lawn in the common, eating lunch and discussing things amongst themselves. You have several leads. You can go to the university library, see if you can find any old newspapers on the topic of the Sasquatch, or you can head to the Belton Arms and see if you can find the trail of Terence Buell.
I
Personally,
would.
I think Terrence would probably be our best bet.
Yeah, I would.
Sorry, what were you guys doing?
I was going to say, I would suggest that we all go to find Terence.
Yes.
Because, he may be gone by tomorrow.
Yes.
That way we can all potentially find out what he knows and get to the bottom of this mysterious lady. And then tomorrow, while I'm meeting up with the doctor, or the professor, sorry, I don't know which one he was, you could potentially go to the library or even follow another lead and we can split our forces that way.
That's a good idea. As you make your way off campus, Arkansas starts to talk about the expedition to Greenland and describes the circumstances in which the party last met Terence Buell, culminating in discovering the mummified Hyperborean in the temple at the end of the expedition, and Terence Buell's rather theatrical reaction to it. Make your way to the edge of the campus. Will you be walking to the Belton Arms yourself, or would you like to hail a taxi?
Do we know where it is?
You don't, actually. You'd have to ask for directions.
I'll
Cab.
splash out for a cab.
Alright, please make a credit ratings check.
Credit rating is not as high as I thought it was. Okay. Dice don't roll away yet. I'm going to push that because a 98 doesn't seem to make it. And then I got a 90. No, so I don't have the money for a cab, apparently.
No, you do, but it's going to be a bit harder to get one. You may make an appearance check with disadvantage, please.
Yikes.
Bitch. Different dice. Disadvantage. Okay, so the higher number, because this is not D&D. That's a 78. That's a fail.
So, despite the fact that you're dressed in your finest, it's clear to anyone passing by that you're at least reasonably comfortable with your wealth. You are unlucky, and the single cab that drives by ignores you, instead parking a little bit further up the road and picking up a older-looking woman wearing a big white formal dress, clearly on her way to or from some sort of function. As such, you'll have to make your own way to the hotel. I would like, depending on how you wish to ask for directions, I'd like you each to please make a persuade or a charm check.
Alright, I'll take a persuade check.
I'm going to go for persuade as well, using different dice once again. That's
just on a hard pass.
I got a normal pass.
So you spend a few minutes just walking around, speaking to people, telling them you're new to town, you're tourists, you're looking for a place to stay, and they point you to the Belton Arms. It's on the north end of Vancouver, quite a ways away from here, and would take you at least a couple of hours walking. And so you sigh, resign to your fate, and set out. I'd like someone to make a navigate check, please.
Well, we can't try for another taxi.
Well, I mean, if you want to spend more time, once you make a way into town, you could try to hail another taxi, or do you want to head a bit into town and try for another taxi, or?
I understand we'll have to spend a little bit on foot, but yeah, if we could try and get another cab so we're not just wasting the entire day just on foot trying to get to this hotel.
Okay, so could someone please make a navigate check?
I can. I have 30.
was gonna say, what's Arkansas got?
Arkansas's got 15.
Yeah, I'll
For
try.
God's sake. Okay. Plan for the next
look,
one of these campaigns we do.
I got a 15, so I got a hard pass.
So, Mr. Richter, you're good at following directions. You lead your two companions away from the university district of Vancouver and into the city proper, making your way through the sleepy downtown, through the shadow of tall brick and stone buildings, mingling with the crowd, passing horses and carriages. I'd like you both to make a luck check, please.
Luck checks. Oh boy.
That is a
Oh,
pass.
That's also a pass.
Pass. You happen to be lucky enough, about halfway to your destination, to see a cab at a cab rink just outside of a high street retailer. It's just dropped off its fare and is ready to take on a new one. You quickly raise your hands and call out to it. The cab driver throws open the back door and allows you to pile in. Where to? He says, as you make yourselves comfortable.
It was a Belton Arms, correct?
Belton Arms, yes.
Yeah, Belton Arms, please.
I'll be there in a jiffy, he says, as he drives you the rest of the way through the city. And by the time you arrive at the Belton Arms, a grand-looking hotel, the type of place that, although not frequented by high society, would definitely cost a pretty penny for someone to stay at, and definitely not the sort of place that you would splurge for when you're just here on business. It's just over 4 in the afternoon. You pay the cabbie his fare, he tips his hat to you, and silently drives off down the street back into the city. You make your way into the Belton Arms, walk across the polished wooden floor towards the reception counter. A long red carpet leading you from the entrance straight to reception. A thin, wiry-looking man wearing a pressed white shirt and black dress pants looks up at you, peering through small black glasses. He smiles and he says, room for 3 or 3 separate rooms?
Actually, we were here hoping to meet with someone that's currently staying at your fine establishment, sir. Would a Terrence Baum?
Buell.
I never remember. Buell. Bueller. Should have probably remembered that.
Buell,
Terrence Buell.
He says.
Bueller.
He reaches out, places his hand on the guest book in front of him, but doesn't open it. He raises his right eyebrow and he says, "And what business did you have with Mr. Buell? Wish to leave a letter, or shall I take a message?"
We were hoping to do this in person. We're actually former associates of, former associates or currently working associates with him.
Oh, I suppose you're former colleagues. You did go on that expedition together.
Yeah. Former colleagues of his wishing to discuss the current work that he's currently working on while he's here in town. We heard from a friend of ours, or a mutual friend, that he was staying here, so we were hoping to catch up before he left. We heard he was leaving soon.
Please make a fast talk check.
I can do that. I can also spend 2 luck to make sure that's a pass.
He nods and he flips open the guest book, runs his hand down the page. Buell, 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 he says. Well, I'm afraid Mr. Buell and his fiancée checked out the day before yesterday.
I'll give you 2 guesses as to where they're going.
Well, you wouldn't have it. I was going to say, I'm guessing that question was out of character.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, that was out of character.
Michael just sort of looked down and go, look, you wouldn't happen to know where they were going, were you? This is an important conversation we need to have with the man.
He says, Well, you happen to be in luck. I do have some idea of where they went. Now, I didn't speak to them. Didn't speak to them very much. From what I understand, he and his companion were fairly friendly. Honeymooners on their way north, they actually said they were. I'm not sure what you were saying about work. They said they were here on their honeymoon. They never spoke to me directly about it, but I overheard plans for a camping trip in the Caribou Mountains. They needed supplies, but even though I pointed them towards a general camping supply store near here, they apparently decided to wait until their arrival in Kamloops to make the necessary purchases. He looks at you for a moment and he says, "You're new. You're tourists. Suppose you wouldn't exactly know what Kamloops is, would you?"
Did you say Cam Loops?
That's it, Kamloops.
Okay.
Can't say we do, no, sir.
He says, Kamloops is nothing as major as Vancouver, but it's a fairly major town. In the north, it takes about 2-3 hours to get there by train. It's right there on the southern branch of the Thompson River. Anyone who's planning on heading further north up to Caribou Mountains, well, Dog Fork is on the way there, but Dog Fork is such a tiny little village. It's not the sort of place you would get supplies. Most people stop in Kamloops on their way there, then move on to Dog Fork and head up into the mountains to do whatever it is they're planning to do.
Mm-hmm.
He says at this rate, if they were only there to get supplies, I reckon they'd probably have even moved on from Kamloops to Dog Fork, but, maybe someone in Kamloops might have seen him, if it's really important that you speak to them.
Alright, well, guess we'll finish up our business here and then head off in that direction. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
He nods. He says, "I don't suppose you need a place to stay for tonight?"
Hold on. Let me just quickly check to see how much money I even have before we even try this conversation.
What's a 30 on credit rating give you? I don't think I put down my money.
30.
No, for this character, I didn't put down my money.
Let me just check.
Thanks.
A 30 will give you... Cash you have on hand is $60. Yeah, cash on hand, $60, spending level $10.
Thank you. How much is a night? Is a room for 3?
Room for 3, he says. Well, $15 per head.
$10 per head.
I can definitely afford that, but at the same time, it's that whole, oof, jeez.
Yeah, you're still in the mindset of a poor guy.
Arkansas says I'd be willing to splurge, shout you to a room if need be.
No, I got the money for it, just, up until now, that kind of money is just, oof, we'll have to work through.
Fair enough.
I'll pay my third.
Yep,
Same.
So please subtract 15 from your spending level, and anything, if your spending level is empty, then the rest comes from your cash.
Okay, so my spending level is 0 and my cash goes down to 55.
Well, your spending level's 10, so your cash goes down by 5.
Yeah, okay.
So, gotcha. Done.
He reaches down under the counter and pulls out a key ring with a green plastic tag on it. He says, room 21 on the second floor is yours. Please enjoy your stay here at the Belton Arms.
Thank you. Doing some mental math, they probably arrived in Dog Fort today.
That is possible, yes. So you do have multiple options. You can stay the night, go speak to the professor in the morning, or you can book a train ticket to Kamloops tonight and just be on your way if you feel that your you need to catch up with them.
I feel... Personally, Walter feels that it would be best to actually catch up with them. He can always leave a note to be taken to...
Professor?
The professor, that's it, sorry. Saying that, something come up, still interested in it, blah, 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 blah. But catching the guy before he gets himself potentially killed by something.
Maybe not those exact words.
Well, maybe not those exact words, but not in the note.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's probably more important to catch up with him.
Arkansas just tips the brim of his hat and says, "As much as I've been looking forward to having a rest in a nice 3-star bed after that long train ride, I'm ready to do whatever you two want. I do agree that it's probably important we catch up to Mr. Buell."
Yeah, it's a lot of money to basically say no, but yeah. Buell's kind of our biggest lead on this whole thing, and the fact that he happens to not only be heading in the he's not only in the company of probably another Hyperborean, but the fact that he's heading directly in the direction of where the this last one, the piece that they have came from, it seems more than coincidental.
Very well. So guys would like to see if you can book a ticket to get to Kamloops or Dog Fork? Well, Kamloops is on the way to Dog Fork. The train stops in Kamloops and it goes on to Dog Fork, so...
Going by what this guy said, he said that Dog Fork is the direct way to where they wanted to go.
Yes, but everyone who plans to go camping in the Caribou Mountains, they usually stop in Kamloops on the way to gear up, because Dog Fork is such a small town that it's not really a good place to gear up for an expedition.
But that being said, it's a small town, so people are more likely to notice when people come through.
That's true as well.
And back in this era, it would be more of a big deal to go camping in a place like that.
That is true.
Probably go in and not as such sign in, but it would be going, yeah, we're going here.
Well, either way, you'll have the chance to... The train will stop at Kamloops, and then if you don't want to get off, you can just keep going to Dog Fork.
Yeah. Walter would say probably catch a train and just pass through, honestly.
Arkansas says... Well, I could see stopping in Kamloops, at least for the purposes of gearing up for our own expedition might be handy. But, then again, we don't have time to waste.
The problem is, once they get into where they're camping, there's really no way for us to find them.
Yes.
It's, at the moment, we're banking on we get there and get to them before they disappear in the wilderness. Otherwise, if they disappear in the wilderness, then our really only course of action that I can see is going to find this Morris Cotswold.
Yes, Morris.
To find out Cotswold. To find out where the specimen was found and hope that that leads us to them instead.
That is entirely fair. The bellboy smiles and he says, "If you're looking to book passage on the train, we have a payphone over there. Don't need to waste your time heading down to the train station. A lot of tourists are passing on through Vancouver. They like to plan out their itinerary from here in the hotel, so please feel free to call up the train station. Do mention that you are friends of the Belton Arms, and the train station will provide you a special discount on cross-country tickets."
Thank you. One quick question. How often do trains travel from... Oh, fuck, the two towns.
Dogfork and Kamloops to Vancouver.
Yeah, from I even wrote down Kamloops. But
Yeah.
from Kamloops... No, just from Kamloops to Dogfork.
He looks and he thinks, and he says, He says, well, I know there are two trains. There's one train that leaves Vancouver, heads past Kamloops to Dogfork. That leaves every morning. However, Kamloops and Dogfork being closer, I do suspect that they would have at least several more. He says, I've never been up there myself, but from what I understand, they may at least have an afternoon and an evening service as well.
Okay, so they could have actually stopped, got their supplies, and left the same day.
Yes.
Does the hotel have a map?
He says,
Not a detailed map, but just like a state map, so I can see.
He points over.
Yeah.
He points over to the payphone that's lodged into the wood-paneled wall over on the side of the reception lobby, and you see a table next to it with a plastic white book rack, and he says, there are pamphlets and maps there, sir.
Thank you.
To guests to take.
Thank you. I'm gonna go over. And did we find out where this Morris Cotswold was located?
You were told that he's from Dogfork, or at least somewhere to the north of Dogfork.
Oh, so he is also in Dogfork. Okay. Oh, pardon me. Well, I guess we could always persuade Cotswold if we find him to help supply us.
That is fair enough. You head over...
If absolutely need be.
You absolutely need be. What does Mike Moxley think?
He said be right back about 5 minutes ago.
So you head over to the payphone and you unfold one of the maps. It's a basic tourist map of British Columbia. It just has the major destinations and towns marked. In fact, Dogfork is not even on this map.
No, of course.
Where Dogfork would be, there's just a little black unlabeled dot. But assuming
I know these types of maps too.
Yes. But assuming that this dot represents Dogfork, it seems that Kamloops is directly north of Vancouver and Dogfork is directly north of that. And from Dogfork, there are a number of trails that lead into the woods around the Caribou Mountains.
Okay.
Meaning that it is pretty much just a straight shot from here to there.
Fair enough.
I'm back. Sorry about that. I wasn't supposed to be gone that long, but I accidentally kicked my water ball over.
That's okay. You do notice that there is a warning written on the top right of the map. Says that the British Columbian Province Forestry Service strongly recommends tourists to not enter the Caribou Mountains without a guide, as inclement weather and treacherous terrain are common, and several hikers go missing every year.
Makes sense.
I guess Morris Cotswold could technically be classed as a guide if we can convince him that we're there to help him find his specimen.
Well, he's a trapper, according to the newspaper articles.
If anything, that's even better.
Yeah.
So he definitely knows his way around that area.
I will reiterate my plan for M2.
Please do.
Walter thinks that we should just go straight to Dogfort, just bypass Kamloops, because if we need to try and find Buell.
Yeah.
Buell. Yeah. That's what I was trying to remember. Buell, before he actually sets out onto the trails, because once he sets out on a trail, there's no way to find him.
Yeah, that's.
So
makes
we need to
sense,
try and get to Dogfoot before he sets off. And even if we don't catch him in time, we should also probably try and find Morris Cotswold before he sets out
Yeah.
to trap a specimen.
Yes.
Yeah.
So either way, from here to Dogfork by train is 6 to 8 hours. So he still has at least a day ahead of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Arkansas lifts up the receiver of the phone and he looks at you and he says, "So I'm booking us 3 tickets to Dogfork then?"
If there's no objections, yes.
He dials the number on the rotary dial, and over the next few minutes you hear him discussing with the station master. He drops that you're currently checked in at the Belton Arms Hotel and says, you hear him, as you walk away, you just hear him say, "A 5% discount? Well, that doesn't seem at all personal to
Just take
Arkansas
that damn
Smith."
discount, you idiot.
And then you hear him say, 10%? Well, that's a little bit more like it. And he hears Mike Moxley call out, and then you hear him just sigh and say, "Very well, 10% it is." Eventually, he hangs up the phone and he comes over and he says, "Well, I've booked us tickets. The train leaves tomorrow at 7 a.m. on the dot.
Okay.
So, if you, either one of us stays behind to make that lunch meeting with the professor, or we forget all about that and hop on the train. It's entirely up to you. I want to head out into the wilderness and see if I can rustle up one of these Sasquatch, so it won't be me staying behind," he says, tipping his hat.
I feel that we can be reasonably certain that it's not going to be like an orangutan or a gorilla or, it's not anything like that. So we can be reasonably certain that it is at least related to a Hyperborean.
Yes.
Yep.
So Walter is going to try and write a flattering note thanking the professor for the opportunity to come and talk to him.
Yep.
But pressing matters came up.
Yep, so you write a note and you hand it to the bellboy so he can send it out with the rest of the hotel's mail. And then it's just shy of 4:30, so you do have the rest of the day to pass until you go to bed. So if you would like to head back if you would like to check out a local library or something, it's probably too much time to head back to the university, but a local library might also have a selection of old newspapers.
We can check out the books at a local
I mean-
library.
May as well.
Yep, so you'd
Books.
all like to go.
We're in a library. We've got books, the best weapons.
Arkansas just nods.
Arm yourself.
Well, I'm not opposed to the idea of doing some research. Better to be safe than sorry. And so you ask the bellboy for directions to the nearest library, and you happen to be in luck. There is a district public library just at the end of the block from the hotel here. And in fact, as he tells you this, he reaches into his little compartment under the counter, and he pulls out a little cardboard business card with the logo of the hotel on it, and he says, "Well, tourists often need something to read to pass the time, so as residents of the Bolton Arms, you're considered to have a library card."
Oh. The good news just keeps coming. I can take it.
You're starting to see why Terence Buell chose this place to stay, as getting some research done at a district public library and having free reign of all those materials was probably not a bad choice on his part. So you thank
Yes,
the
indeed.
bellboy for his time, and you step back out onto the bustling streets of northern Vancouver. Make your way down to the end of the block, and there you see a huge municipal-style building made out of grey bricks with marble Roman-style columns running along the footpath in front of it. Walk up to the glass door with the word library lettered on it in a ornate, rather curvy font with squiggles and loops at the end of each of the letters, and then you push the door open, stepping into the shadow of thousands of books lining the aisles. Depending on what you're looking for, what are you looking for, I should ask? What do you wish to find here?
Local legends involving Sasquatches.
Local legends, yep. So, what about you, Mike Moxley?
I don't think I have any other ideas other than that off the top of my head.
You can make an idea check if you like.
That is a good idea. Gosh, let's see if I can get up. World. Wow, I have an 80 and I barely just rolled underneath that.
Okay, so you may choose to search for any local occurrences around Kamloops and Dogfork, knowing that that's where Terence Buell and his companion went, or you may choose to search for local old newspaper articles or local accounts of Sasquatch sightings.
Interesting.
Which one would you prefer to look for?
I believe Remy's looking for the Sasquatch one, correct?
Yes, well, he's looking
Yes.
for local legends.
Yeah, I'm looking for local legends.
You can look for actual sightings and reports if you like.
I might go for that one.
Alright, so I'd like you to make either an occult or library use check. Same for Remy, and I will get Arkansas to just roll a library use check, as he's going to see if he can learn about any local events that might be of interest.
So you said library use or what, sorry?
Occult. Or occult.
Oh, pardon me.
Or anthropology if you have it, because that would count as
No.
local legend as well, and folklore.
Library use it is. That's a normal pass.
Normal pass, and how did Mike Moxley go?
Yeah, no, it turns out most of the crap around here don't care about the actual sightings of Sasquatch.
That's entirely fair. So you spend the next 2 or 3 hours going through the archives of old newspapers and logbooks, trying to see if there's anything that relates to either Terence Buell, Sasquatches, or Hyperboreans. M2, you can actually roll a Cthulhu Mythos check if you like.
I can try. It's not that much. Well, it's not too far behind my library use, but let's have a look-see just to be safe. Push it because no. That's a 2.
That's a 2. Okay, so you.
What horrible nightmarish term did I just dig up?
So you spend, a few hours thoroughly searching the library, and you each happen to find something of use. You meet in the reading room at the front of the library a couple of hours later as the sky outside grows red and thrusts the front of the library in a thick purplish shadow. Arkansas leans over and pulls the string on the table lamp so you can see what you've found. Here is what you found, Mike Moxley. An old newspaper article. I've placed it in Owlbear for you.
Okay, let's have a looky. Oh, God, excuse
You're
me,
sharing
sorry.
it with the others, so...
Alright. Vancouver, BC, March 12, 1898. Frozen body discovered 20 miles north of Vancouver has been tentatively identified today. The body, found last week by 2 local Indians, appears to be that of Father Jacques Decasse, a Jesuit priest who spent most of his life converting the Indians of British Columbia to Christianity during the late 17th and early 18th centuries. Father Decasse disappeared during the winter of 1814 while living amongst a primitive band of Indians in the Caribou Mountains and was never heard of again. Discovery of the body, found frozen solid and thrust headfirst up to the waist at a sandbank, throws little light upon the priest's fate. The Indians who travel this hunting path often claim that the body was not there the month before, but was dropped from the sky by a spirit. No marks of violence were found upon the body, but portions of the Unomi were injured by severe frostbite before the man died. It's difficult to understand how the body was so completely frozen and well preserved. The examining physician stated if not for the positive identification made, he would have guessed the man died not more than a few days before his body was discovered. Why, over a period of nearly 85 years, the man did not naturally decompose remains a mystery. Therefore, the remains of Father Decasse will be interred in the churchyard of Our Mother of Grace Church here in Vancouver. Oh, that's just a delightful read now,
I
isn't
would
it?
like both of you to make send checks, please.
Yeah, no crap. Do we know why we're making sand checks, or just the idea of, holy crap, this thing is insane?
I will tell you momentarily.
That makes sense. That's a 15 for me, so that's a pass.
If it's a pass, it's a send loss of 1. For a fail, it's a
Hey.
send loss of 1d3. I would like
Hey,
the both of you to please make Cthulhu Mythos checks.
back on the Cthulhu Mythos. Roll again.
Oh, that's a pass for
Come
Arkansas.
That's another 2! What the hell?
And how did Walter Richter go?
Okay, I lost 1 sanity because I failed.
Yep.
But I only rolled a 1. And Cthulhu Mythos, I failed, but I'm gonna push. Failed.
Okay.
Damn.
Arkansas's eyes go wide and he immediately exchanges a glance with Mike Moxley, the two of them having come to the same realization. This article about a body wedged high up in a tree, dropped from the sky by a spirit. You've done some reading over the previous months and you have encountered something describing this exact situation before. It is said that when a human sacrifice is made to the god Adukwu, the heathen god of the Hyperboreans, the sacrifice is placed high up, touching the sky, so that Adukwu, the frost spirit, also known in some texts as Ithaqua, the Wendigo, comes by during his nightly patrol of the wintry wastes. He simply plucks the body up out of its high place and swallows it whole.
Yep.
I would like Mike Moxley to please make a send check.
That seems perfectly understandable.
And also, Arkansas will be making one.
That's the pass.
That's a failure from Arkansas. That's 1d4 for him. So for a pass, it's a send loss of 1. For a failure, it's a send loss of 1d4.
Boop. 1.
1. Finally, next, Walter Richter reaches into his coat and places on the desk a old newspaper that he found in his inquiries. Oh, that's not the right one. I will bring it up. Here you go. You may read it out, Walter Richter.
Okay, July 3rd, 1884, in the immediate vicinity of Number 4 Tunnel, situated some 20 miles above the village, are bluffs of rock which have
Hitherto.
being insurmountable. But on Monday morning last, they were successfully scaled by Mr. Onderdonk.
Yeah.
Love the name, by the way.
Yeah,
Onderdonk's employees.
Gnome.
Yeah, no.
You just need a gnome now called Gibbly Underdonk.
Oh my god.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
From the regular train from... Listen. Assisted by Mr. Costeran, the British Columbia Express Company's messenger, a number of gentlemen from Lytton and points east of that place, after considerable trouble and perilous climbing, captured a creature who may truly be called half man and half beast. Jacko? Okay, well, these guys are Australian. Like, come on. This creature has been called by its captors is something of the gorilla type, standing about 4 feet 7 inches in height and weighing 127 pounds. He has long, coarse, orange hair and resembles a human being with one exception. Nearly his entire body, excepting his hands or paws and feet, are covered with glossy hair about 1 inch long. His forearm is much longer than a man's forearm and possesses extraordinary strength, as he will take hold of a stick and break it by wrenching or twisting it, when no man living could break that stick in the same way. Since his capture, he is very reticent, only occasionally uttering a noise which is half bark and half growl. He is, however, becoming daily more attached to his keeper, Mr. George Talbury, who proposes shortly starting for London, England to exhibit him. His favourite food so far is berries, and he drinks fresh milk with relish.
So it appears that something similar to what you're looking for has been encountered and even captured at some point in the past, exhibited like a circus freak. You do make note of the fact that the article does not describe the creature being particularly violent or aggressive. Finally, Arkansas Smith unfurls yet another newspaper, places it down on the desk, and begins to read. Kamloops, British Columbia, the 16th of this month. Raises his hand. That would be about 4 or 5 days ago at this point. An official announcement from RCMP District Headquarters here has confirmed the disappearance and possible deaths of three people on a camping trip south of the Caribou Mountains. A Thomas Beringer, his wife Dora, and a local guide, Douglas McElhenney, are all believed to have been killed when their campsite was suddenly attacked by renegade Indians. Oh. The sole survivor of the attack, William Paragent, was severely wounded but escaped into a nearby pine forest and eluded his pursuers. Paragent showed up in the small town of Dog Fork only 3 days after the campers had left, suffering from loss of blood and severe exposure. Delirious, he was rushed by rail to the hospital in Kamloops, but after regaining consciousness, related the story of savage attack to the RCMP. Captain Swainson, head of the local district office in Kamloops, has announced plans for a search of the area, but holds little hope for missing members of the party. The Indian band believed responsible for the attack is a small group who, shunning contact with all white men and other Indians, have pursued a primitive existence in and around this part of the mountain range. They are considered extremely dangerous. However, these are the first murders attributed to the band. He folds up the newspaper and says, not sure what to think about that one. He says, the only couple that we know travelling in that direction is Buell and his companion. However, this lists the couple under the name Beringer. It states they were attacked by Indians. He's doing a quick anthropology check for him. He says, now, to my understanding, there aren't any Indians in this area known to be outwardly hostile to people. I suspect the surviving guide who reported that they had been attacked by Indians was either mistaken or intentionally misleading. Is there anything else you would like to search for in the library?
I'm not getting anything else off the top of my head.
Can I do an idea check?
Sure, if you want.
Because I can't think of anything. But I don't know whether that's because we have seen everything or not. Stuff it, I may as well do an idea check, see if it
go
helps. No.
Okay, so you can't think of anything else in the library that would contribute to the research you've found, but you are rather confounded by the article that Arkansas dug up. The date on the newspaper article lines up with roughly when you would have expected Buell and his companion to arrive in Kamloops.
You know what? They're already most likely dead or just missing.
The article describes that they are missing after their party was attacked by Indians, which Arkansas believes is unlikely, as he can't think of any Indians in this area that would outwardly attack somebody like that. The only member of the party to be accounted for was a guide, Bill Paragent, who was committed to the Kamloops hospital.
All more reason that we get there ASAP then.
Wait, did you say that this article was from 4 days ago?
3 or 4 days ago, yeah.
3 or 4 days ago.
Yeah, which
And
pretty much lines up directly.
this was Buell's group that got attacked, did you say?
It might be, you don't know, you just know that the dates line up. You know that Buell
Well,
checked out of the hotel...
The day before yesterday.
Well, sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, I meant to say the day before, yes, the day before yesterday.
Oh,
I was trying to have the
that
bellboy...
changes everything.
Yeah, I was trying... to have the bellboy, like, talk simply, but I forgot to say the day before yesterday. I said the day before yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I just can't remember. I'm sure there's an actual word for that.
Yeah, but the
I
bellboy
remember.
wouldn't know it. And he wouldn't just say
yes.
3 days ago. I was, like, trying to make it endearing.
Yeah.
He'd say, like, the day before yesterday, so...
Yeah, okay,
But, yeah.
okay.
Now
Yeah.
they've crossed that language barrier.
Yeah.
Okay, now that makes sense. When you said that, I got so very confused.
Yeah, no, I understand, yeah.
Carlos, we lost him.
Oh, okay.
Just pretend he was from Quebec or something and he was speaking
Yeah,
French.
yeah.
Yeah, the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what happens when I haven't rehearsed the character in a while. But
Yeah, it's fine.
so
okay.
you return you leave the papers just folded up on the table, and it's now much darker outside. The sky above is a dark purple, and so you quickly make your way back to the hotel and climb upstairs, retiring to your room. Is there anything you'd like to do before you retire to bed?
No, Walter's gonna go to bed, and as for me, I'll be right back. I just need to go get some caffeine.
That's fair enough. Okay, so despite the circumstances, the feeling that you're all racing against time, trying to prevent something big, something unknowable from happening, you end up having a rather restful night. There are no bad dreams, rather there are no dreams at all. It seems merely as if you close your eyes and then a second later find yourselves awakening to the sound of the alarm clock ringing at 6 a.m, jolting you from your slumber. You crawl out of your beds, make your way down to the hotel's lobby, where free breakfast is provided. You grab a couple of slices of toast and some spoonfuls of scrambled eggs, making a meaty breakfast, and then hail a taxi to Vancouver train station. You arrive just in time, a mere minute before the clock ticks over to 7 a.m, and the grand steam engine is already there at the platform, taking on passengers. You are some of the last people on board as the conductor pulls shut the sliding door behind you, calls out to the man on the platform, and then you hear the ring of the train's horn as it starts to leave the station.
Right.
The journey to Kamloops is boring and uneventful. nightfall. A 5 to 6 hour journey through the Canadian countryside with nothing to pass the time other than looking out the window and watching small towns, forests and lakes pass by in a blur until just after 11:15 in the morning. Hear the train's horn ring out and the great steam engine begins to slow as the stone train station rolls in beside you out the window, and the train comes to a shuddering halt in Kamloops. The conductor calls out, stopping in Kamloops. If you make to get off at Kamloops, get off now. We're leaving for Dog Forks in another 60 seconds.
Okay, I'm back.
So is this where we were getting off, or?
You have arrived in Kamloops. Will you be getting off, or will you be staying on the train?
Well, Walter's plan was to stay on the train to get up to...
Yep.
Dog
So-
Fork?
Yep.
So, in terms of leads, the only reason you'd want to get off at Kamloops is if you want to question the locals about whether they've seen Buell. Otherwise, according to the article that Arkansas found, the surviving guide of that expedition that may be the Buells, the names do not match up, but the date does, Bill Paragent, was apparently rushed to hospital in Kamloops. Dog Fork, of course, being too small to have a hospital of its own.
Shite.
Oh, bus.
Make sure you've got all your belongings, shouts out the conductor. We be leaving for Dog Fork in just under 60 seconds. This is your chance to get off, if you're here for Kamloops.
It's a maybe.
Maybe.
Do you want to flip a coin?
Yeah, I will.
Actually, I have a coin. Let me go get my.
No, I'm going to use the one that Kitty got me because I haven't had a chance to use it yet.
I mean,
Right.
fine.
Guys.
Fuck. My solitary fuck coin shall stay where it is.
Alright,
Okay, heads, I'll stay.
heads you'll stay, tails you move on. Let's see what you get.
Tails.
Tails, move on.
I'm going to be so happy when this coin gets us all killed.
I can't wait.
So Walter makes no intention of getting up. He just remains seated in his seat in the train. You see Arkansas like half climbing up, looking down the middle of the train carriage to the door leading out to the platform where the conductor is shouting to someone outside. He looks back at the two of you. He says, "We staying or are we going? What do you want to do, Mike Moxley?"
As much as I wanted to check in with that guy, I think our higher priority would be to actually get to where they were, see if we can find them there.
"All aboard!" shouts the conductor as he slides the door shut. Arkansas sighs, sits back down in his seat and pulls the brim of his hat over his face, and then reclines, placing his feet up on the seat opposite as he gets ready for another boring few hours on the train. You hear the horn of the train ring out again, and then a loud hiss as the train begins making its way out of Kamloops Station and back out into the empty countryside of British Columbia. About 3 hours later, in the early afternoon, just after 2 p.m., the train pulls into the tiny train station of Dog Fork, little more than a big stone slab paved beside a dirt road with a single wooden shack to serve as the ticket office, looking like nothing more than a ringmaster's office at the circus. You have arrived in Dog Fork. You stand up, stretch your arms and legs, and step out onto the tiny platform. some of the only people getting off the train. In fact, the only 3 of you disembarking at Dogfork, as the conductor quickly slides the train door shut behind you, and the train moves on further north. This small town, about halfway between Kamloops and the city of Jasper, the train's ultimate destination, has less than 100 permanent residents living in small shacks. Many of the residents, from what you can see as you make your way off the platform and begin to walk down the dirt road leading to the main street, or at least part Indian heritage. And when you make your way to the main street, the only public buildings you could see, aside from the small train station, are a telegraph office next to the water tower and a slightly larger trading post that serves the residents and trappers of the area. What is your first port of call?
That is a good question.
You know that Morris Cotswold is somewhere to the north of town, but not exactly where. You might have to ask someone local for directions to his cabin.
That is true.
Was there an office that held records for people that have gone out with guides?
Not that you could see. The only sort of official-looking building here on the main street, aside from the tiny train station, is a trading post. There doesn't appear to be anything in the way of municipal buildings such as a town hall, or even a newspaper office, or even a police station. Aside from the trading post, all of the other buildings you could see, both on the main street and branching off the main street, are little more than wooden and stone shacks.
Is there a pub?
From what you could see, no. The trading
Or are we
post...
still in Prohibition?
You are, but not in Canada.
Oh, okay.
Not in Canada.
If you had to hazard a guess, the trading post would probably double as the meeting place for people. You look around, and the few locals that you could see going about their business appear to be giving the trading post and the train station a wide berth. A couple of them entering and exiting the stone shacks, but most of them seemingly making their way out into the surrounding countryside, geared up in thick leather coats and boots, possibly trappers going about their daily business. It appears that this town is not designed to welcome locals.
Unsurprising, but okay. So we're here now. Where do we go?
Arkansas says, well, I think the trading post might be a good place to
Yeah.
stop, unless you want to try to stop some of the locals and see if we can brush up a conversation with them.
These guys don't exactly seem like to be the conversation type.
I would say the trading post. If they hired a guide, then
Yeah,
the trading post
would
may
probably
be
where
the.
you hire it, yes. So you make your way to the trading post, a little more than a wooden shack with the words trading post painted on a wooden sign above the door. A couple of fold-out plastic tables and chairs out the front to act as a makeshift meeting place. But despite this, when you open the door to the trading post, step inside into the dimly lit interior and hear the bell chime to signal your arrival, you notice that it's almost empty. Traditionally, a trading post such as this would serve as a watering post or gossip station for a small town like this, but this one is seemingly completely empty, and you've taken only a few steps inside before you realize why. There, standing behind the counter, Arms crossed is a man with a perpetually sour-looking expression and almost bald, save for a couple tufts of grey hair. A faceplate sitting on the front of the counter gives you his name, Gilbert Croft. And as you enter and make your way towards him, Gilbert Croft eyes each of you with a very sour expression, his bottom lip curled in contempt. He says nothing in greeting as you approach.
Okay. Who wants to talk with the angry man that probably wants to throw us all out?
Did you say he was behind a bar or
He's behind a counter.
counter? Behind a counter. Is there anything that we can buy here?
Yeah, it depends what you're looking for.
What can I see around?
You look around and you can see the types of supplies that the trappers and hunters who live in this town would find useful. Coats, boots, snowshoes, hats, the hats with the flaps on either side to block out any snow. A couple shelves of canned food and ammunition, a small selection of rifles. Bear traps and snares and the like. Arkansas leans forward over the counter and he says, "Hello there, Mr. Croft, I take it?" Mr. Croft just silently nods. He says, "We're new in town, thinking of heading out into the Caribou Mountains very soon?" Mr. Croft just looks at him and grunts a monosyllabic response. "Not the talkative type, I see," says Arkansas. Mr. Croft just nods again. He looks over at the other two of you, opens his mouth. He says, "You're buying something or not?"
And do we have any supplies for wandering around the wilderness?
You
or...
do not.
Nope.
You were hoping that if you could find Mr. Cotswold, that he might be able to supply you.
So we're looking to see if this guy knows where Cotswold is, or...
You can ask him if he knows where Cotswold is. You can ask him if he knows where you can hire a guide.
Both of those are good ideas.
So, Michael Moxley, you step up and you say, "I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but we're heading out into the wilderness soon, as my friend has already said, and we're wondering where we can hire a guide. I'd like you to please make a persuade check, Mike Moxley."
Yay! That's a 28. It's a hard pass for me.
He nods and he says, "Got a guide who works for me. You can hire him for $10 a day if you want." He raises a stubby thumb, points it over his shoulder towards a door behind him and says, "Bill's out back if you want to speak to him."
Is that story before the one we read about the people we were expecting to be Buell? Did they mention a Bill?
They did, a Bill Paragent.
I suppose we could, talk to him first before we make any deals, just to, just get an idea of the guy.
He folds his arms and he says, "You're gonna hire him?
Quite possibly.
If you're not gonna hire him, if you just want to talk, he's got work to do. Time is money. I don't pay him to ask questions. I don't pay him to answer questions."
How much for an hour of his time?
Make a charm or persuade check, please.
Persuade it is.
I like that. Very well played.
God damn it, I'm gonna push that. 25, which is a hard pass.
Mr. Croft curls his bottom lip in contempt and he says, $5, I'll let you speak to him for 10 minutes.
Here's 10, make it 20.
Fine, he says, raising his arms. He says, head out back, speak to him. Don't keep him too long, he's got some more wood to cut. Oh, be careful, he's been sort of slow since the incident.
Incident?
He just looks at you and he shrugs. He says, you don't need to worry about that. Just, know he's been slow since then. You might have to press him for some answers.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair.
Mr. Croft leans down and starts sorting some supplies behind the counter. As you walk past, you hear him mutter, God damn tourists, wasting my time, won't even buy a damn thing.
I mean, we're more than happy to buy from him if we want to hire the guy. If we want to hire the guy, then yeah, we'll be more than happy to go, hey, we'd like to buy some stuff. That does not know how to run business. Supply and demand, I'm not supply and demand.
That may be why everyone says get your supply in
in Kamloops.
Kamlongs.
You may know now why.
Yeah.
Kamloops.
We didn't want to say this out loud in the brochure, but the guy who runs the store is kind of a dick.
You just shrug at Mr. Croft and head through the door he indicated, shutting it behind you as you step out into what serves as the backyard of the trading post, if it were. And here you see who must be Bill Paragent, a half-Indian man who looks to be in about his late 30s. He's currently got a big stone hatchet grasped in his hands and busy cutting firewood. As you approach, he cuts another log into two and then lowers the hatchet to his side. He frowns and he says, I can't talk. Mr. Croft get angry.
Mr. Croft has said that we're allowed to talk to you for a little bit.
He leans back against the pile of cut wood and he nods and he says, okay, Bill talk then. Bill, happy talk. What you talk, Bill?
Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay.
You notice as he nods his head that on the right side of his head, a large clump of his reddish hair is missing, seemingly torn out, and underneath it there is a large circular purple bruise.
Okay, so this dude definitely got whooped upside the head. Great, this will make conversations that much more enjoyable. Okay, hi there, Bill. My name's Mike. This is my friend's Victor, and just so it looks like concerned. Just puts it. No, I was gonna say just puts the hand up and go. Just sort of mutters to him, going, "This dude's not gonna. This guy's not gonna be able to do more than 3 syllables." Smith.
Bill nods. He says, "My name's Bill," tapping his chest with his thumb.
All right, good to meet you, Bill. We were hoping we could ask a question about the last job you were on, more specifically the people you were with.
I'd like you both of you to make spot hidden checks, please.
Okay.
Watch me fucking fail for the best score that I have. Yay! Yeah, watch me fail the best fucking score that I have.
Wow, I have to push mine because I have an 80 in spot hidden, but I rolled a 99 because the dice hate me. And that's a 12, so that's an extreme.
And I got a hard.
You notice that his glazed, childlike eyes suddenly go wide, and you see for a split second perhaps a hint of his real intellect. He bites his bottom lip, and then a fraction of a second later allows his mouth and eyes to droop down again. And he says, Bill sometimes take people out in the woods. What you want know Bill in woods about?
Just give me a minute. Just dealing with this particular voice.
What
Okay.
did he say? Sorry.
He said, what you want. He said, sometimes Bill take people out in wilderness. What Bill in wilderness you want to know about?
Okay.
And we want to know about the last group of people you took out. Would have been about 3-4 days ago. Oh god, what was the fake name that they had?
Beringer.
It would have been by the name of Beringer.
He scratches his head and then he says, yeah, Bill take Beringer and Mrs. Beringer out in woods. That was easy job for Bill. Bill didn't have to do much guide. They hired a Bigfoot man from cabin to do guiding as well.
Okay, was Mr. Beringer, was he another Canadian fellow, orangey hair, little bit hairy?
Bill nods. He says, yeah, Mr. Beringer come from Toronto. Bill noticed his orange hair but not say anything, but still not wanna be mean.
Okay, well that at least answers that answers the suspicion of that it's definitely Thomas.
He says,
Okay.
so he hire 3 guides, Bill and 2 Bigfoot men. The Bigfoot men are leaders of the group. They take everyone out into the woods. Then on the first night, his voice trails off and he looks away and he says, the Indians attack the camp and they take Mr. Beringer away and the Bigfoot men run away. Bill hide until they gone, but Bill get hurt too. He points to the bruise on his head. Bill ain't thinking quite the same since then.
Okay.
Were they really Indians?
Why do you keep calling them Bigfoot men? What?
No, Bigfoot man, wasn't that the Morris Cotswold?
Might be. You could
The
ask that.
the
if you
guide?
want. You can ask about
Okay.
the Bigfoot men.
Okay, that's all. Well, you asked your question first, then I'll ask mine.
Yo,
No, I was.
Arkansas steps forward and he says, are you sure they were Indians? I've done my research and there aren't any hostile Indian tribes in this area. They've all been integrated into society. Bill folds his arm, still clutching the hatchet in his right hand, now pointing it straight up next to his face. And then he narrows his eyes, and in a voice inconsistent with what he said before, he says, they were Indians. I'd like you both to make
Okay.
psychology checks, please.
Too bad that psychoanalysis guy
He's dead.
He is dead, and definitely all very. Push that, goddammit, come on, give me something. Nope.
Nah, I failed as
All I
well.
know is the big man for 5 seconds is now looking angrily at
Yeah.
us with a fucking hatchet.
He
That's
looks-
enough that I need to know.
Narrows his eyes, raises the hatchet, and says they were Indians. And then a few seconds later, his eyes droop again, and he says, is there anything Bill can help with?
Can I do any sort of check to see if he's under a spell?
You can make a Cthulhu Mythos check.
No, I'm gonna push. Damn it. No, it's a fail.
You look at him, and based on his mannerisms, doesn't appear to be under the control of any spell that you know of. It is strange how his demeanor suddenly changed, though. Mike Moxley, were you going to ask about the Bigfoot men?
Yeah, first off, why do you keep calling them the Bigfoot men? What was different about them? Why you call them that?
That Mr. Cotswold and Mr. Handelman, they out here 'cause they want to catch Bigfoot, so Bill called them the Bigfoot man. They live in a cabin a few miles out of town, but Bill won't tell you where unless you give Bill $5.
Done and done. That's an easy goddamn deal. Okay.
Reach into your wallet, you hand over $10. And then Bill
Wait,
takes...
you said $5.
Yeah,
Why am I getting him
sorry,
10?
$5. And Bill snatches it out of your hand with speed that belies his well-built appearance, and he inserts the note into his pocket, and he says, "Okay, listen up, because Bill only gonna tell you one time, and Bill will ask for $10 next time." And then, in surprisingly detailed fashion, he describes exactly how to get to Cotswold and Handelman's cabin, and walk of about 2 hours out of town, heading down the main street, and then following the track northeast to Myrtle Lake. As long as you follow the track past Myrtle Lake and keep going north, you should see the cabin. It's hard to miss, he says.
Okay.
Once again, you can't help but notice the strange change in his demeanor as he drops referring to himself in third person and describes how to get to the cabin. He seems to speak perfectly lucid English.
Okay, do we want to try checking again? Or I'm gonna try and roll a Philly Mythos this time to see if I can get anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on. Push that since I was literally don't.
Ooh, that's a pass. That's a 30.
So you can confirm, based on the look on his face, that he is not under the control of any supernatural entity. Rather, and this thought occurs to you as being quite far-fetched, it seems as if the man is simply pretending to be mentally disadvantaged.
Oh, good. So he's just pretending to be a complete brain dead moron. That's always fun. I will. See, I don't want to whisper that to the others because I'm sure if I do, we're gonna get instantly. This guy's gonna instantly freaking go at us because he's holding a hatchet. Not a fan of the hatchet bit.
Yeah, Bill gotta get back to cut wood now, he says. You have any more talk for Bill?
Does anyone else have any questions?
Not that I can think of.
Arkansas steps forwards and says, I really can't get past these Indians unless there's an uncontacted tribe out there. Please, Mr. Paragent, could you at least describe what the Indians looked like? I'm going to make a roll for Arkansas.
I get the feeling this is going to screw us over, but
Just
yay.
gonna push that.
Oh no.
That's a pass.
Oh, thank God.
Arkansas describes, using his anthropological knowledge, several Indian tribes known to exist in this area, describing their garb, what they wear, their totem animals, and things like that. He describes one particular tribe and says, now this tribe has a totem of a hairy man with orange hair. And as he says this, Bill looks over at him. You see his demeanor suddenly change. His muscles seem to go limp, and his mouth drops, his eyes drop, and he simply looks dead-eyed into Arkansas and says, "Look, you know about the people with the orange hair. They weren't Indians. They set upon us with no warning. I'm pretty sure they dispatched the other guides, knocked out Berenger and his woman, carried them off. I had just a few seconds to get away. One of them gave me a nasty knock to the head. I got away. I thought they were going to chase me, but I must have got lucky. No one chased me, and I hid in the bushes until they were all gone. Made my way back to town, was immediately rushed to Kamloops. I'm not going to tell you any more about that. Just know that they could set upon you with no warning whatsoever. And they could kill a man in a single blow. I don't know the reason why they attacked us. They seemed to be mainly interested in Berenger and his companion. After they took them away, they didn't come back for myself or the other guides.
Okay.
He then turns around and without another word goes back to cutting the wood. This time letting out a grunt with each blow. As he slams his hatchet into the wood.
So we're working on the other guys are dead, and this guy probably wants nothing more to do with us, so hiring him as a guide's going to be a problem.
I mean, he doesn't know for sure that they were killed. He didn't see what happened. He just remembers fleeing and knows that they wanted to carry off Buell and the woman. He doesn't actually know what happens to the other guys. It's possible they got away as well.
Alright, so what do you guys want to do?
That said, you remember the newspaper article did not actually list Cotswold as being among one of the guides. You only have his word to go by, and he only said they visited the Bigfoot men to get information.
Okay. Interesting. Alright, well, we have the instructions from him, we got the info we need out of him, so... that might be as good as we can get from this particular conversation.
Is there anything you would like to purchase from Gilbert Croft before we go into the climax?
Anything you could recommend as far as supplies go, because I'm guessing we're definitely going to need them while we're going.
Well, you notice in terms of supplies, he doesn't have a lot of camping supplies. He has low weather gear and traps and guns and ammunition, from what you can see, and some canned food and dried food.
Oh, the food supplies are a decent idea. Low weather gear, yes. Guns and ammunitions is just not gonna help. Well, not gonna help me anyway. I know the rest of the group, but I have legitimately nothing in terms of that.
Arkansas just pats the side of his waist and says, "I've got my trusty whip." So you'd like to buy some some food and some low weather gear.
That's all I can really work with.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah.
No one wants to buy a gun and some ammunition or some traps?
I mean, what would we use to... What skill do we even need for traps on that one?
Survival.
So even if we did buy them, we'd be relying solely on Arkansas with that.
Yes.
Yeah, because I have nothing in survival. I have 10.
Arkansas only has 30, so Arkansas says, let's hope we're not out to hurt anything. And let's hope that means nothing's out to hurt us. As he just walks past the rack of rifles and snares and bear traps.
You say that right after we just heard about how Trip got ambushed.
That is correct as well.
Oh, more timing on that one.
Arkansas says, I choose to believe in what I choose to believe in. No one would just attack the great Arkansas Smith without warning.
We're gonna die.
Oh. I was just about to say I'd punch him in the face. But I'm not doing that. That was just my first thought. It was immediately I punch him in the face.
I love the difference between the two of us. I went for hopelessness, you went for fucking violence.
Well, just to prove no one's going to attack me without warning, whack!
Whack! I'm sorry, what just happened?
No, I'm not going to though, because that's not my character. It's just...
Yeah, sure. It could be now.
It could be, no. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna buy clothing and just like
Yep.
food and
So you gather the supplies, take them to the counter, and Gilbert Croft silently rings them up. And when he's done, he finally smiles and says, "Thank you for making a blasted purchase. It will cost $40 for all of this equipment."
I'm so glad
what's-
we're able to make this day.
what's everyone's spending level?
So Arkansas has 35
I'm
left of his spending level, but he has 200 cash.
I'm out of my spending level, but I do still have $32.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
out of spending level, but I have 55.
Arkansas says, "I'll pay 20, and you each pay 10. Agree?"
Sounds good. Sounds good.
There.
You hand over the cash, and then you spend the next few minutes putting on the cold weather gear. It's one size fits all gear. This isn't the sort of fancy boutique you'd find in Kamloops. Croft points out as you put on the gear, but it fits well enough. And while wearing it, you will have advantage on rolls to resist cold weather.
Hooray!
As you leave the trading post, Gilbert calls out, "Good luck! Survive so you can come back and spend much more money."
Yeah, okay. Just an asshole.
You shut the door behind you as you step back out to the quote-unquote main street of Dog Fork. Are you ready to head to the cabin of Mr. Cotswold, and thus enter the climax of the finale? Or is it something you'd like to do first?
I'm gonna say, unless someone can think of anything. Gee whiz, sure, why not? Can't think of a damn thing that'd go wrong with this venture. Howdy ho.
Arkansas raises his hat and says, "One last time into the breach, my friends," and leads the way down the main street. The cabin of the Sasquatch experts lies near the northern shore of Lake Myrtle, a lake located 10 miles northwest of town. The cabin stands in an open area well away from the dark pine forests that spread across the foothills of the Caribou Mountains to the north, and about 100 yards from the lake. As you make your way across the trail towards the cabin, you see that lining the shores of the lake are huge broken slabs of ice, forced by the pressure of the freezing water into small jagged mountains covered with drifting snow. As you make your way further and further towards the site where you're told the cabin is, the air gets colder and colder. It is not winter. It is mid-May. It is barely even fall, yet as you make your way deeper into the Canadian wilderness, the air gets colder and colder, the snow gets deeper, eventually coming to your ankles, and then your knees. The surface of Myrtle Lake by the end of your journey being blanketed entirely in sheets of ice. The drifting snow swirling around you, buffeting you, covering the furs around your hood with tiny icicles dripping, tiny stalagmites of ice dripping down onto your shoulders and chests. The snow in the clearing around the cabin has drifted heavily, forming large swirling designs and hills and gullies that are difficult to traverse even with the cold weather gear that you're wearing. As you reach a distance of about 150 yards from the cabin, I'd like you guys to make spot hidden checks, please.
Let's do that. That's a 57, so that's a pass for me.
I got a normal pass.
Okay, so that's a group pass without Arkansas. So you're about 150 yards from the cabin. You're able to make out some details, and perhaps they strike you as ominous. The entire cabin is coated with a thick layer of white frost. The front doorway is wide open, revealing the pitch black interior beyond. The doorway blowing in the wind. Bang! 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 As it slams again and again against the outer wall of the cabin.
Well, Balderdash, they're all dead.
As you approach more closely, you soon see that the top half of the door is missing, ripped from its hinges, as are the shutters of the small southern window facing you. There are sets of tracks of large human-shaped feet circling the cabin and then leading away in several directions. A group of them leading to the west and another group leading south towards the shores of the lake. What would you like to do? You can continue approaching the cabin if you like, or you can examine these tracks and think about following them.
I feel like we should probably inspect the cabin.
Yeah.
But at least ascertain what happened inside the cabin first.
Very well.
Yeah, cabin first.
You cautiously approach the cabin, and when you're about 50 feet away, the temperature suddenly drops by about 10 to 15 degrees. In spite of yourselves, in spite of the fact that you're wearing cold weather gear, you all shudder from the freezing cold. From this distance, you can see that the door and the window shutters seem to have been blown outward, as if from an internal explosion. Please make another spot hidden check.
Well, I put the extra points in that. That's an extreme pass for me. I am so glad I put the extra points into this.
I'm gonna push. That's a hard. Nope, it's normal pass for me.
Whatever force blew out the door and window shutters also appears to have lifted the roof a few inches, leaving a detectable gap that the wind rattles through. Through the open door, furniture and other items can be seen strewn about inside the cabin, all covered with the same thick coat of frost. Would you like to venture further towards the cabin?
We've gotten this close.
Very well. Mr. Richter?
You know what? No, I'm gonna stay here.
Yep, you're going to stay and let Arkansas and Mike Moxley move further in. Very well.
Yeah, it's getting colder and colder the closer we go.
So
yeah, I'm gonna
Mr.
wait here.
Richter, you stand where you are and gesture for the other two to move on. Mike Moxley and Arkansas continue pressing on through the thick snow. Mike, as you approach closer and closer to the ruined cabin, the temperature continues to drop until, as you stand right outside the cabin, almost right on its front doorstep, the temperature has dropped to definitely below zero. Arkansas reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small thermometer that he purchased from the general store. You feel your mouth drop as the thermometer tells you it is currently minus 50 below zero.
Okay, maybe
Christ.
we should probably move then,
I'd
because
like
we're about to
Mike
die.
Moxley to please make a Constitution check with advantage.
That seems fair. Shouldn't be wandering around in this. Okay, I'm gonna take the 31, which is just a regular pass. But either way, okay, this is bad. Probably should leave.
You feel frostbite attacking you. You have not taken any damage yet. You You're moving your arms up and down, trying to generate as much warmth as you can. You probably have a few seconds if you'd like to take a quick look inside, though for every minute you remain in this area, you will make the same check again, and every time you fail, you lose 1 point of damage to the cold.
That's fair. Okay, I will take this chance to take one look inside, and then get the hell out of there. Because clearly, the longer we here, the worse this is going to get.
Yep. So you and Arkansas both step inside the log cabin. You find the whole interior coated with thick frost. Blowing snow has filled the cabin to a depth of 6 to 8 inches in most places, the snow coming up nearly to your ankle. Cots, tables, chairs, boxes of clothing, and other belongings are scattered about the single room in tangled heaps as though a whirlwind had hit the place. I would like you to make a spot hidden check, and so may Arkansas.
Okay, come on. This is one of my best stats. That's a 16, which is exactly on an extreme pass.
Yep, I'm gonna make Arkansas make one. He's okay, well, it's okay. He's not gonna push that. You spend a few seconds looking around, quickly searching the single room. Most of it appears to be the sort of general provisions you'd expect guides or trackers to have, but it's all been ruined by the frost, frozen solid. Food supplies, ammunition, traps, books, and a number of other items associated with men who live in the wild. A large number of books, newspaper clippings, and magazine articles are strewn about or frozen to the walls. As you briefly scan past them, you see that each and every one has some connection with the Sasquatch, whether sightings of Bigfoot in Northern California or a scientific explanation of the Yeti in the Himalayas. You actually recognize some of the articles from your own personal reading. Finally, at the very back of the room, sitting almost frozen to a frost-covered bedside table, you see a paper notebook glowing a soft blue colour in the dim light, covered in frost and ice. Would you like to try and grab this?
You know what? Yeah.
You reach over and try to lift up the notebook. It's frozen solid to the bedside table. Please make a strength check.
Oh no. I'm gonna have to push that. Wait, can I get Arkansas to give me a hand with
Yep,
it?
Arkansas will give you a hand, so you may do it with advantage.
Advantage? Okay, I still have to push it with advantage because my thing is ridiculously low. It's like my worst stat. That boy's never been strong. Well, never physically anyway. Come on, give me something. You know what? I'm gonna spend 4 luck to push to make that just a pass.
Yep.
I'm screwing myself over in the long run, but let's see what happens.
So you and Arkansas place your hands on the notebook and grunt. After about 10 seconds, there's a loud crack as icicles break off the top of the bedside table and scatter across your feet, and you retrieve the notebook, still frozen solid. You begin to make your way back to the door of the cabin, as I presume you don't want to be here any longer.
Yeah, no, I've got what I needed, and I don't want to freeze to death. Time to leave.
Yep. As you approach the doorway, you actually see something you didn't see as you entered the cabin.
Oh,
You
good.
see Arkansas stop in his tracks and raise his right hand to the front of his mouth. Frozen above the doorway, out of sight of you when you first entered, is the body of a man, a frost-coated shotgun clutched in his right hand, and a look of horror literally frozen into his face. His body kneeling down as if he was aiming his shotgun out of a window or out of the door. now frozen solid, fused to the top of the doorway. Please make a sand check.
That's a pass.
That is a sand loss of 1d3. And the same
That seems fair.
for Arkansas, it is a loss of 1d6. So I'm going to roll
Shit.
for him.
Oh, of course I lose 3. Please stay sane, buddy.
That's a 4. Arkansas just mutters under his breath. Oh, maybe this is not the end to the Arkansas story that I had in mind, and he quickly rushes out through the doorway. You spare a moment just to register that the man has a heavy beard, wears a wool shirt of red plaid. But aside from that, he doesn't appear to have anything else on his body that would identify him, unless you would like to spend a few moments to see if you can search his pockets.
How long have you been in here for?
About 40-50 seconds.
I'm guessing I'll need another con
You
save
will
for
if you stop to search him.
Okay. If I'm only just checking the one, then yes, I will quickly check the pockets. That's
Reach up.
What would that be?
You reach up and try to reach him, but you realise that he's frozen about 7 feet off the ground. So you quickly grab the top of a nearby kitchen chair and stand upon it to boost you up. Please make a climb check to reach up to him.
That's a 4.
Standing on the very top of the chair, you dig the tips of your boots into the layer of frost that covers the wall, creating makeshift footholds. You climb up until you're parallel with the corpse, and then using your hand, you brush some of the frost away from his chest and feel into his breast pockets. You feel the cold leather of what must surely be a wallet. You pull it out and then drop down and rush out of the cabin. Please make a constitution check with advantage.
Combat advantage. Thank God for that. Yeah, that's an extreme pass with an 11.
That's a pass, so you take 1 damage from frostbite. It would have been 2 if you failed.
Yep. Cool.
You
cool.
sprint over the thick snow until you reach Walter and Arkansas. Your skin underneath your gloves and underneath your coat turning a pale blue from the freezing temperatures inside the cabin. You open up the wallet and find it to be nearly empty, save for a single $100 note and a Canadian driver's license in the name
Yep.
of Warren Handelman.
So not the guy we were looking for.
No, Warren
Well,
Handelman.
I will happily and lovingly take the $100.
Of course.
Hey, he's dead. What the hell's he gonna do with it?
You then reach into your
True.
pocket and show others the notepad from inside the cabin. Now that you're out of the below 0 degree temperatures in the cabin, the notepad is starting to thaw rather quickly, the ice melting into liquid right there in your hand and causing the ink inside the notepad to run, rendering it unreadable in a matter of mere minutes. You guys will need to do own language checks to see if you can quickly read portions of the notebook before the ink entirely runs.
So, own language.
Yep, Arkansas will also do one.
Hard
Not
pass.
bad, please.
Hard pass.
Regular pass.
Arkansas is gonna push his 91. Okay, so you managed to tear out a couple of pages and pulling out your own notepads, quickly transcribe bits and pieces of the information within before the ink runs and turns into nothing more than a black blotch that drops down, painting the snow below. Here is what you managed to glean before the notepad entirely melts. I will put it in our there for you.
Hooray!
First entry.
Oof. Okay, I can read this. I can. Give me half a sec. Says very, very big goddamn font.
Yep, you can zoom out.
Oh, that's much better. Oh, thank
Zoom
God.
out.
Okay. Alright, we have our lucky day. Last night after dark, Morris and I were awakened by the most terrible howling coming from the direction of the woods. Recognized the voice immediately and knew it had to be one of the beasts that had finally blundered into one of our traps. Grabbing our rifles, we hurried out with the lanterns and rifles in and discovered that a captive was gone, apparently chewing off its own leg to escape. Followed the bloody trail for a short distance, but then, sure that we could hear the sound of more beasts than the one we had found in our trap, we lost courage and returned to the cabin without a trophy. Huh.
Next passage reads.
Sorry, zooming out again, because eyesight. Morris is a fool. Wants to take this foot and sell it to the professors in Vancouver. Says we need the money. I told him if he let the rest of the world know what we found here, the place will overrun with folk out to make a quick buck and cheat us out of all the work we've put in. I insist we keep the foot here and not tell anyone until we capture a live one. Then we'll make a lot of money. I got this one to find the fool gone. Left me a note saying he'd taken the foot to Vancouver and he'd be back in 2 weeks. That fool, I'll be waiting for him.
The third passage reads.
Alright. Morris came home today, or almost. It must have been just afternoon when I looked out the window and saw him walking towards the field of snow towards the cabin. I was ready for him. He opened the door with that big grin. I let him have it both barrels. Oh my God, wow.
Yeah.
Both barrels right in the chest. I don't ever think he knew what hit him, because when I got outside, he was laying on his back in the snow, deader than a doornail. I buried him down the west side of the lake where no one will ever find him. If anyone asks, I'll tell them that Morris came back all right and left on a trip to the mountains. When he doesn't come back, everyone will blame on the Indians. I found $200 in his pocket. Perhaps what he sold out for. Fucking hell, mate.
Yes. The next entry is for Walter to read, as he deciphered this one.
Aw, damn.
A stranger visited today, just the type of thing I was afraid of. He said his name was Beringer, and that he and his wife were on a camping trip. They had
Paragent.
Paragent and McElhenney with them as
McElhenney
guides.
is the other guide that was listed in the article, by the way, who went missing, didn't come back.
I could tell right off that this fellow was lying, and I was sure that he was looking for Sasquatch, just like I told Morris would happen. I was pretty careful and pretended not to know too much about the things. Told him I've seen tracks a couple of times and didn't know much and think about it even less. He asked me where I'd seen these tracks, so I told him to the west and sent him in that direction of the Indians. I thought Paragent and Mac would maybe know this and tell Beringer, but apparently they didn't know that's where the Indians are camped now. Neither one of them gets out of Dog Fork enough, I guess. With any luck, the Indians will kill them or drive them out of this area.
The next passage reads.
I'm surrounded. I looked out the window early this evening and I could see them. At least a half dozen of them, hiding behind the blocks of ice down near the lake. I don't know what they want.
The next passage reads.
Do you want me to read some of these, or are you good?
You've read a couple. I'll read it. Later,
Alright.
later, it's terrible. Beringer, the stranger, is with them. I looked out the window and I could see him standing there, nearly naked in the cold wind. Then he spoke to me. Told me to come out of the cabin without any weapons and I wouldn't be harmed. Said he only wanted to talk. Fat chance. He was an easy shot, but I was nervous and I think I jerked the trigger. I know that feeling. Anyway, he dived down real fast and I couldn't be sure if I hit him or not. He's not hurt bad at anyway, because I could hear him ordering the beasts around though I couldn't make out what he was saying.
The final.
Shit, so he joined them.
Yeah, the final entry is.
Oh, good.
Here we go. I got this. I got
Yeah,
this.
Go
okay.
ahead.
Alright. Midnight. God help me. The fire finally burnt down and went out, and even with the moonlight, I could not see what was taking place. It was only late that I happened to notice one of the beasts climbing the tall pine tree to the west of the lake. But for the bright moon behind the tree, I would not have noticed him at all. Without a light, I could see the beast was carrying some large object with him, slung under one arm. So then when the beast reached near the peak of the tree, they could see he was carrying Morris's frozen body, unearthed by the Morris? Okay, unearthed by the monsters after they thawed the grave with that fire. The beast left Morris hanging in the top branch of the tree and then climbed down. We're all assembled now down near the lake somewhere. I can hear them singing and chanting. Above it all, I can hear the voice of Berenger, leading them on with a screaming voice. And now the sound is being drowned out by the whistling of a great wind in the distance. I can hear a tremendous storm coming. I've latched the shutters and door tightly, but the wind blows through them anyway. Temperature is dropping so quickly, my fingers are numb and it's hard to write. Terrible screaming of the wind. The whole cabin is rocking. Oh,
I'd like
okay,
both of
well.
you to please make send checks.
Yep, okay, fair.
I mean, that's a pass, but even still, oh boy, this... Ooh.
That's a fail for me.
For a fail, that is a send loss of 1d6. For a pass, it's 1d3.
3.
And is a fail for
Oh,
Arkansas as well.
It's another 3.
Woo!
Oh, great.
Let's see what happens with Arkansas. D6. That's a 3. He's fine. You're all a little shaken. You look at each other, silently contemplating the implications of this notebook. It seems that Buell, or Berenger, has joined his quarry. You may also both make Cthulhu Mythos checks.
That seems fair. I am going to tuck those pages back into my pockets. That's a pass on my end.
I'm gonna push. And then I'm gonna spend 6 luck.
You both
To make it a long
remember
pass.
the article that you read back in Vancouver of the priest's body being found way high up in a tree, frozen, left as a sacrifice. You remember the words written down by Warren Handelman in the notebook. How the Sasquatch retrieved Codswold's body from its grave, carried it up into a pine tree, and left it there. Then, something of great force attacked the cabin, leaving residue that even now leaves the cabin below freezing temperatures, and you realise that the great old one, Adukwu, or Athakwa, the Wendigo, was summoned to dispatch the occupants of the cabin. You now have a number of choices for how you'd like to meet your doom. The cabin is surrounded by many footprints, but the Sasquatch tracks, as you now realise that they must be Sasquatch tracks, they're large humanoid feet with 5 toes, but much bigger than any human foot could be, so they must be Sasquatch tracks. Lead off in 2 main directions. One group of tracks leads off to the west, towards the pine forest and the mountains just on the horizon. The other set of tracks leads to the southwest, along the shores of the lake, to what was described in the notepad as the burial site for Morris Cotswold.
Hey, I'm back. We all dead yet?
Nope, just deciding which way to go.
Fair.
You did realise that it appears that Adukwu or Athakwa was summoned to dispatch the cabin. That was the purpose of them retrieving the frozen body, putting it up in the tree, and the source of the frozen temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
So we're now trying to decide which set of tracks you will follow. The one that leads to the west towards the pine forest and the mountains on the horizon, or the set that leads to the southwest along the shores of Myrtle Lake towards where Morris Cotswold was buried.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like to examine the tracks, you can also make a spot hidden check or a track check.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for spot hidden since
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna go
actually
for spot
have
hidden.
that. That is 20...
Somehow still fail.
22,
pushing-
that's a hard pass for me.
So the tracks are quite fresh in this snow. Perhaps
I got an extreme.
perhaps only a mere day old. So you're able to follow them quite easily, and you determine that the set of tracks that leads to the west does not only consist of Sasquatch tracks. You notice mingling amongst them the tracks of what appear to be a human wearing foot wrappings. The set of tracks leading to the southwest towards the shore of the lake does not have these tracks. Arkansas sighs and says, well, I would hazard a guess that this person travelling along with them must be Mr. Buell.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess the tracks that are heading south will just be the Sasquatches going to get the
Body, perhaps, yes.
I would say.
You know that from the notebooks. It's a good thing you got
Yeah.
that notebook.
So I would say head west into the forest.
Very well, very well.
Hmm.
And so, you steel yourselves, heading west into the forest, following the Sasquatch tracks and the tracks that you hope, but also don't hope at the same time, belong to Buell. After 4 hours, the trail turns and begins to head north through the forest on the right. The sky begins to grow darker. There is no sunset, no grandeur of the sky turning red as the sun goes down. Rather, this north, out in the wilderness, surrounded by ice and snow, the sky turns dark blue and then purple and then grey as all around you the snow turns darker and darker until, if you didn't know any better, you would think that you're moving through nothing more than a sea of blackness. The trees looking like jagged skeletal fingers reaching out towards you from the horizon. You stop for a moment, reach into your coats, pull out matches and lanterns and light them. The flickering light helps you see, but it obscures just as much as it reveals. You can't help but feel that something will jump out at you at any moment and tear your faces off. It is obvious that if the Sasquatch had continued on for another quarter mile, they could have turned north through a natural break in the trees. Rather, they continued onwards west through the forest for about another mile. Let me just read. Eventually, following the trails, you emerge from the other side of a copse of pine trees into a dwindling section of the forest. Here, the tracks stop for a moment, circle in amongst themselves as if the Sasquatches stopped, circled around this area, and continued on. Before the tracks continue on through the other side of this clearing, you notice that several Sasquatch appear to have congregated around one particular tree.
Look up the tree.
Alright. You follow the tracks, follow them as they circle around themselves and stop at a particular pine tree on the very edge of the clearing, its trunk thicker and taller than the other trees beside it. And then you look up. In the flickering lamplight, I'd like you both to make spot hidden checks.
48, that's a pass for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my dice and push. That is 73. That's just a normal pass.
You stand at the base of the tree trunk where the tracks have gathered and you look straight up. At first you see nothing, the flickering candlelight making it hard to make out what is above. You see a thick, oddly shaped object wedged up in the high branches near the top of the tree, and it takes a few seconds before your eyes adjust to the flickering candlelight and you're able to see what it is. Placed in Owlbear, what you see.
Oh, hello there, buddy. Just hanging out up there, are you, buddy?
Having fun, buddy?
You
You
can
look like
just
you're having fun.
Chilling out.
You can see a body wedged in the upper branches of the tree, reduced a little more than a skeleton at this point, and dressed in the rags of a trapper's clothing. Small rivulets of liquid ice still glistening on the man's clothes. It appears he's been laid out here for quite some time, as his leathery skeletal arms and legs are blanketed in a thick layer of frost. If you'd like to actually examine his corpse and see if he has anything you'd like to look at, I will require a climb check to get up in the tree.
Does anyone have a climb speed? Climb check higher than 50?
Nope.
Arkansas has 40.
Alright. Don't need to push that, because it pulls a goddamn well. I'm gonna spend 2 more luck. So I feel like this might be important, or at least Yep. Spend my 2 luck, get up in the tree. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, you climb further up. You climb up into the tree, wrapping yourself around the thick trunk, using the gnarled branches as footholds, and you reach the ghastly sight of the corpse and begin to pat it down, feeling through its pockets, until in its breast pocket, almost completely drenched through by the ice and moisture, you find a set of papers identifying the man as Douglas McElhenney, the other guide hired by Buell. You make your way back down and continue on, following the trail. You continue north for about another hour, and the tracks start to thin out. Eventually, the pine trees grow thinner and thinner until you emerge from the other side of the forest and find yourself facing a long uphill climb, which brings you, after a walk of another hour, to a near vertical rock face where the trail abruptly ends. Among the footprints at the base of the cliff are those of the human that accompanies them. It seems quite obvious that the Sasquatch scaled this rock wall. You look up and you hear Arkansas let out a whistle of awe. The wall is at least 70 feet tall and will require at least 3 separate climb rolls to scale.
Yeah, that's not happening for me.
But, that said, someone can assist you. Otherwise, you can try to find a way around, still following the general direction of the trail.
I'll probably just keep following the trail.
Alright, what about Mike?
Unless Mike wants to climb.
Mike, do you want to climb, or...?
It's not gonna be an easy climb though, is it?
Arkansas whistles, and then he reaches into the thick pockets of his cold weather gear, and he says, "What do you know? I've been carrying these around ever since that expedition after the Boy Scouts." And he hands Walter a set of climbing gear.
Huh.
Oh,
This will allow you to make the climb rolls as if your climb skill was 40.
well, that's definitely going to help.
Alright?
May as well, I guess.
Alright. go ahead. I'd like the three of you to please... I'd like you to each please make a climb check. We'll go first with M1.
I'm sorry, who?
Mike Moxley.
Yeah, it's okay, M1, M2. You know, we're working on making sure people can remember that in the future. That is a 40 for me, so that's a pass.
Okay, Mike Moxley. You grab hold of the rock face and having well honed your climbing skills from all of the expeditions you've been on so far, you climb a third of the way up and you look down over your shoulder, hanging off the sheer rock face to see what happens with the others. I would now like Walter to please make a climb check.
Ah, shit. Just dropped one of my dice, so I'm gonna swap dice. I failed my first roll, so I'm gonna push. And got even worse with a 99.
You managed to climb up and join Mike Moxley, but it was a very precarious climb, and your footing is very thin and dangerous, meaning that the next leg of the climb may be particularly difficult.
Oh yay! Because a 52-year-old climbing up a cliff fall. Fucking.
Arkansas makes an extreme critical. Scrambles up the cliff face.
Well, lucky you.
Scrambles up the cliff face, joining the other two, and then pulls out his whip, unfolds it, and lashes it out, lassoing it around Walter's waist, turning himself into a makeshift counterweight, meaning that your penalty is now cancelled.
Oh, good lad, good lad.
Mike Moxley, please make your second climb roll.
Alright, here I go climbing again. That's a 23 that time, so that's a hard pass.
23, yep. You continue climbing carefully but quickly until you reach the top quarter of the cliff face. Just a little bit left to go. You sigh with relief and look over your shoulder to check the others. Walter, please make your second climb check. You may make it normally.
Okay, come on. So the first roll's a fail. I'm gonna push it. And that's a pass. Oh, thank God.
Pass.
With a 37.
Precariously, feeling as if your life is within inches of its end, you slowly make your way up the cliff face, coming to a rest near Mike Moxley. It is Arkansas's turn. 100. Arkansas's got to push that. Okay. Arkansas pulls back his whip, he lashes it above his head and wraps it around a piece of rock jutting out, and then, quite carelessly, you think, makes his way up to this piece of rock, grabs hold of it until he's parallel with the rest of you. However, he's climbed quite dangerously, and the final leg will be quite difficult for him. It is the final leg. Mike Moxley, make your final climb check, please.
Come on. I keep rolling. Getting that, that's a 27. I'll take that.
Yeah. You reach the top, and with a grunt of physical exertion, pull yourself over the top of the cliff, rolling onto the snow. Walter, please make your final climb check.
Watch me fall to my death. Oh! That's a 7.
Oh!
I don't know what that is for a 40.
That's definitely a hard pass.
Hold on, I'll just make my library 40 instead of 42. It's an extreme.
You close your eyes and imagine yourself falling to your death, but then you inhale sharply, and you fight against your fear. You reach upwards and pull yourself over the cliff, and relieved that you've made it safely, you gain 1 sand point. The two of you peer over the edge to watch Arkansas make his final leg. That is a fail. He's going to try again. Oh, and he's going to roll with disadvantage, I forgot, so he has to do Well, he's already failed, but I'll get him to push.
Hmm.
Roll again with advantage. Roll 2d.
Oh, come on.
100. Hang on. Roll. Come on. Roll 2d 100. That's a 42 and a 4. He makes it!
Oh.
You watch as he loses his footing and screams, ah! As he falls and he lashes out with his whip, wrapping it around an output of rock. Manages to grab hold as his body slams violently into the cliff face and he takes 6 points of damage, but then he slowly pulls himself over the lip of the cliff and collapses in the snow, breathing in pain. He's going to make a constitution check. He's taken 6 points of damage, and you've heard the loud crack of some of his rib bones. He manages to remain conscious, but he climbs to his feet and begins to administer first aid on himself. That is a 9. He reduces his damage taken. He's now on 5 HP, and his major wound is healed. Breathing deeply, he climbs to his feet, still clutching his rib with his right hand. And he says, oh, well, we made it. At the top of the cliff, you see a large circle of stone stacked on top of each other, making a cairn of some description. It appears to have been recently constructed. Snow and frost have not yet established themselves in the spaces between the stones, and if you wanted to uncover this cairn, you may do so. Otherwise, the Sasquatch tracks continue travelling to the north into the darkness ahead.
We want to uncover this thing?
Arkansas just winces in pain. There could be proof of big feet in there.
Oh.
It could also be what's his face who got shot
It could
and
be.
finally died.
It could be. It's entirely up to you. As you approach the cairn, there isn't any sense of malevolence emanating from it. Rather, as you approach it, you start to feel a tinge of sadness, as this appears to be some sort of gravesite recently created.
Okay.
Somebody has carved the letter D into one of the stones at the base, scratching this letter in with some sort of sharp implement.
So just D?
D.
What was the guy's name?
So you're looking for Terence Buell.
Okay, no, it's not a D.
No, there was a Derringer, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was his fake name, Beringer. However,
Oh, it was Berenger, though, not Derringer.
however, you do remember that the article with their fake names listed them under the names Bill and Dora Beringer.
Oh. So it might be her instead.
Perhaps. Arkansas winces and says, are we doing an excavation here, or are we going to press on?
Wait, is this the way that the guy sent the party?
It is, yes.
Oh, this might be the woman.
Yeah.
Maybe got killed by Indians and this is where they buried her.
You may make... It is getting dark, though. You can also make a spot hidden check around the can to see if there's anything of note that you notice.
Sure. So, spot hidden?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pushing it. That's a 20, which for me is a hard pass.
That's a 3 for me.
You
Nice.
walk up and kneel in front of the stone cairn, and at first you see nothing but the circle of stones, but then you see, left in front of the cairn, half buried in the snow now, a kind of offering. A leather-bound book with a red cover. You extract it from the snow and pull it out. The faded lettering on the front that has nearly been blasted off by the snow and moisture reads, "The Journal of Terence Buell."
Ah. Well, this ought to be a fun read.
As the icy cold wind blows around you, as the snow and liquid eat past your clothing and touch your clammy skin, you gather around, and in the flickering candlelight of the lamp, begin to read Buell's diary. Who'd like to read
Alright.
it?
Ooh, this looks like fun. The first part of the journal was clearly written shortly after Buell's trip to Greenland. Appears that the rest of the journal was written after Buell was taken into the Sasquatch dens. Alright, wow, this is cursive. This ought to be fun. I, Terence Buell, in light of the discoveries recently made by me and others while on expedition in Greenland, in light of recent events, have come to some kind of understanding of myself. I have discussed this issue with Donna, and she agrees with me in all details. At first frightening, the information contained in the diary found in Greenland seems to confirm my long-growing suspicion that my ancestry is not strictly human. It's my belief that if either Donna's or my family tree were traced, we would find in our own lineage the two orphans rescued from Greenland by the Dutch whalers. These children, the offspring of a Viking father and a pre-human mother. I would guess that her genes were recessive and the children manifested none of their mother's characteristics. But this is only conjective. Through chance, the genes have been
Reinforced, I think.
reinforced. Sorry, it's been a while since I've read proper cursive. It's proper, this is proper levels of cursive. Like, I could put this in front of a 13-year-old and they would never be able to read this. Yeah, reinforced in both Donna and me, and while at first this discovery seemed horrible, it came to assume a feeling of relief for the both of us, a sudden realization of who we really were. With the discovery recently made in British Columbia, Donna and I have decided to seek out our other people, and perhaps we shall choose to live with them, I don't know. I'm feeling well enough to write now and bring things up to date. Donna is dead as a result of the injuries inflicted upon her by the Indians. It explained to me they're only attempting to defend their territory belonging to the Sasquatch. They call themselves Omen. The Indians holding them some kind of reverence. I've already made plans to inter her in a cave some few miles away from here. Meantime, my hosts have treated me well, almost in a manner reserved for respective guests. Although the loss of Donna is saddening, I feel a warmth and gladness that abounds here despite what hardships these beasts may suffer. Donna has been buried beneath a cane of stones in the chosen cave. I shall visit her from time to time. Meantime, my new family and I have come to learn many things from each other. Their language is quite primitive, but they learn English fast enough, almost seeming starved for the kind of abstract words that they need to describe what they feel and perceive. They also show themselves to be quite mechanically minded, good tool makers, and although they have little use for it, they quickly learn the principles of building a fire. I think that it would be a grave mistake to consider the intelligence of these creatures too lightly. A discovery. One of the Omen took me up to the small cave above and in the back. After squeezing through a narrow opening, I discovered a shrine placed here by the Omen thousands of years ago. In the small cabin, I found a mummified body of one of the Omen, dressed in similar fashion to the mummy found in Greenland. The walls were written with a prayer to how do you pronounce this? Adikwa? Adukwa. Okay, Aduku. But most interesting were the two stone tablets that flanked the body. Contained on these stones is the story of how the Omen came to this place after being driven from their homeland. I now often meditate in this cave, and the omen claim I am the recipient of visions. I would not like to think this myself, but I do know that I and my people cannot remain here much longer. Man comes, and when man comes, the omen must leave or die. This is how it is. I intend to leave in Exodus to the north, somewhere we will discover a place untouched yet by humans, where the omen can live in peace. We are keeping watch on our possible enemies, those that fear us without knowing us. Paragent? Paragent I am unsure of. It seems he remembers nothing of the omen, but I'm inclined to think that he knows more than he is telling anyone. If we should discover otherwise, he will have to be eliminated as a potential hazard. As for Handelman, I don't hold a lot of hope. Knowing the man as I do, I doubt he will consider the offer to come and live with us. If he doesn't, he dies. I will do what I must to ensure the survival of my people.
As you finish reading it aloud, your mind flashes back to Greenland, to that cave in the lost city with the mummified Hyperborean. The story of their civilization carved into the stone, translated faithfully by Myra and Arkansas. How they worshipped the god Zoth Aqua, but when the great cold came to their city, a certain subset of their civilization turned to a new god, a Dukwu, who promised to save them, to take them away from the cold. The followers of a Dukwu were driven from Hyperborea, where they travelled to the land south, leaving the followers of Zathokua to die in the coming Ice Age. Beside you, Arkansas whistles, and he says quietly, "The last children of Zathokua, but servants of a Dukwu." With that, as if to add credence, drama to his words, a great gust of wind suddenly buffets you. Snow begins to swirl around the three of you as the wind roars and the rocks of the cairn begin to rattle. I'd like you guys to make listen checks, please.
Okay. I'm gonna push.
Or
Fail.
Or fail and pass. Okay, sir. Mike, as the wind roars, as the snow buffets you, and Arkansas's whip flips and flops in the wind, lashing out like a savage snake, you hear a voice call out, "Surrender! Drop your weapons!" You are the only one who hears it. Arkansas steps forwards. The wind roars again, and there you see it. Stepping out of the mounds of snow, the jagged rocks that surround you, you see them. The Hyperboreans, the Bigfoot. I'll show them in Owlbear Rodeo for you.
I'm gonna have to go to Arkansas and just get him to drop the damn whip. Hello.
Whoa, interesting.
They step out, instantly surrounding you, each of them at least 7 feet or taller, wearing nothing but leather loincloths, their entire bodies covered in layers of thick orange hair. The parts of their skin that are exposed are dark, brown, leathery. You can see the contours of their thick muscles. Needless to say, if they wanted to, they could tear a human being in half. Each of them armed with a thick axe hefted from stone, and in their other hand, large sharp pebbles, the size of human heads. What is your dex, Mike?
65.
Arkansas's is 55. Okay, so go
thank God.
ahead. You're going to make an opposed dex check, so go ahead, roll your dex, and you must get lower than 10 to beat this, because it's 55.
So I have to get lower than 10 to stop him from trying to attack
Yes,
these things.
because the difference between his dex and your dex is 10.
Oh, shit. Well, can I push that?
You can push it.
Actually, I can either push it or I could spend 10 luck right now just to stop us from getting murdered.
You can. It's up to you.
That's me rolling a bloody... An actual 10 is... Nah, screw it. I'm just gonna spend the 10.
Yep. You leap forwards and tackle Arkansas to the ground, wrenching his whip out of his hand. The movement seems to have startled the Sasquatch. You hear someone shout something, human Sasquatch. You can't quite make out the voice, but a word is shouted. 3 of the Sasquatch step forwards and hurl the huge, sharpened pebbles in your direction.
I was trying to do it quiet. I was trying to do it slowly so we didn't bloody spook him, but
You didn't
okay,
have
fine.
time. You didn't have time. Go
Yeah.
ahead and make a dodge check, please.
Yay! Shit, like all of us or just me?
Just you.
Cool. I'm guessing because this is combat we can't push.
It's not really combat. It's just they're throwing rocks at you. You can push it.
Well, either way I failed, so this is gonna
And
leave a
you've
mark.
allowed Arkansas a chance to dodge as well, so he's going to. That is
Oh,
a
you're welcome.
fail on his first. He's going to push it.
Shit.
That is a pass on his second.
Well, good for him.
The Sasquatches raise their mighty arms, and in a surprisingly human motion, each of them in unison make overarm throws as if they're athletes hurling a javelin. The rocks pelt down towards you. Thunk, 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 thunk. Okay, because Arkansas dodged, he's going to take half damage. You're going to take full damage. The
Yep.
rocks pound at you, and you take 17 points of damage.
Oh,
I'm dead.
Well, not quite, because you haven't taken a major wound.
I mean, that's like 7 lower than what my health, like 7
Yeah.
lower than what my current health is. That
It's okay, yeah. They hurl the rocks. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I will allow you 1 second to attempt. I will allow, and this is Arkansas. This is Mike's choice that he may not want to make. You are currently on top of Arkansas. If you flip around, you can have Arkansas. You can use Arkansas as a shield to protect you, preserve your life.
no.
No.
'Cause I can't. I can't willingly just throw another person
That's
in
fair
front
enough.
of this.
You may make a
Do I
luck.
have?
You may make a luck check, please.
Oh, this is fantastic. My luck check's lower than my bloody dodge.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing I definitely can't push a luck check.
You can push it. It's not combat.
It doesn't matter.
How much did you fail by?
About 30.
Okay, so the rocks pelt you. Somehow you manage to protect Arkansas. Your body serving as a shield to protect his. As 1 rock hits you, thunk, and then a second, thunk, and a third,
Yeah.
thunk. Beside you, Walter has no choice but to watch on as the 4th rock hits Mike Moxley, reducing his head to nothing more than a thick red paste sinking into the snow.
Damn.
Don't worry, you'll still have stuff to do. I would like Walter to please make a sand check. And
Yeah, I
Arkansas will
think,
make one too.
I think he's gonna need to do that. He passes somehow.
So for a pass, it's a sand loss of 1d4. For a failure, as Arkansas did, that is a loss of 1d10.
I lost 2 sand.
Arkansas loses 9. He's now going to make his intelligence check. As trembling, he pushes what's left of Mike Moxley off him. Still somehow alive with 5 HP remaining, Mike Moxley taken the brunt of the attack. His lower lip trembling, he makes his intelligence check. He passes. You see Arkansas crawl forward on his stomach across the snow as the Sasquatches watch. He crawls past Mike Moxley's body and crawls to something embedded in the snow. You hear him wail loudly as he digs his hands into the snow and pulls out Mike Moxley's camera, dropped in the frozen white. Slowly, painfully, Arkansas climbs to his feet. He raises the camera, hefting its weight under his weak arms, groaning in pain as in exhaustion, holding it trembling in front of his face. He says, Arkansas Smith and Mike Moxley have got the scoop. And then he pulls the cord on the camera. Mike Moxley, I'd like you to roll the photography check for Arkansas, please, using your own photography rating.
Oh, that's a 6.
The camera whirs. The flash lights up the surrounding vicinity. In the second that the flash is active, Walter and Arkansas are able to get their first proper look at the faces of the Hyperboreans. Half ape, half man, looking like stony masks. Sheer mockeries of humanity. They all turn in unison towards the source of the flash. And then a voice calls out, "Get him!" One of the Sasquatches rushes forwards and, in an all-too-human motion, raises its stone axe and brings it down towards Arkansas. I would like you, with your own luck, Mike, to please roll a luck check.
You sure you don't want me to not do that? Because my luck is in the absolute toilet.
You can go ahead and you can push it too.
Okay, wow. Yeah, I don't know whether to use these dice ever again because they go from ridiculously bad luck to stupidly good. That was an ace.
Wow! Okay.
Yeah, why weren't you this lucky when I was about to die, you bastards?
The Sasquatch slams its stone axe into Arkansas's chest. He gurgles, blood being coughed out of his mouth. But somehow he's still alive. He reaches forwards and kicks out, removing the axe from his chest as he falls backwards. He wraps his arms around the camera, and then he and the camera roll backwards towards the cliff face. You hear Arkansas scream, "Ah!" as he rolls into the darkness over the lip of the cliff.
Jesus. Well then.
Listen, and you do not hear the sound of him landing. You listen, hearing his screaming, "Ah!" until it is abruptly cut off. Seconds later, you don't hear the thump of his body. You don't hear the clatter of the camera. But all is silent. Arkansas, in his insanity, has saved himself from a much more horrifying death. And somehow may have saved himself altogether. Walter, you are the only one left. "Get down on the floor!" calls a human voice. What do you do, Walter?
Sorry, I was muted. I get down on the floor.
You lower yourself down to the floor, kneeling in the snow, and then lie down, pressing your hands and your chest into the white. You look up to see who approaches you, and then you see as the Sasquatch surround you, two of them part, revealing a human stepping out from behind them. It's Terrence Buell. Let me just find the passage in my notes that I have earmarked for this. Where is it? Very sorry. It's in like one of these 2 pages, but I filled it with notes, so I don't know what it is. Ah, there we go. It's on this page here. Okay. The sight of Terrence Buell fills your eyes. He stands barefoot, his legs covered in fur wrappings, and naked to the waist, arms folded across a chest matted with coarse orange hair, the tanned scalp of the Tibetan Yeti upon his head like a crown. His beard is unkept, his face barely visible through a carpet of thick orange hair. The only parts of him that you can see that you recognize as human are his blue eyes, narrow now, staring at you, wondering what to do. He walks silently towards you and then stands in front of you, his bare feet just in the snow right in front of your face. He kneels down and he says, "You're not going to make any trouble, are you? Please say you're not going to."
No, you just conveniently got rid of the only trouble that I had to look after.
He says, "Threats to the O-Man must be dealt with. They are my people, and it is my duty to lead them to safety. For you see," he raises both his arms, gesturing at the Sasquatch around him, "the O-Man do not wish to cause trouble. They are not like the children of Sithogua, who they left behind. They do not have a god that bids them to kill and cause trouble. They wish simply to live in peace. They have learned that their god Adukwu, Ithaqua, will protect them. They are used to offering animal sacrifices, but when unfortunate adventurers enter the domain of the O-Man, they must be dispatched, and the O-Man will make them into sacrifices as an example that so far very few have followed." He kneels down. "My companion, Donna, she was killed. When she died, it was the O-Man who took me in. They helped me see through her grief, convinced me not to make my vengeance known, not to wreak my vengeance against the Indians who attacked us. The Indians who, ironically, have worshipped the O-Man, who have followed their practices since prehistory, who have fashioned their totem after them, their totem of a man with orange hair. At the time, I wasn't ready to move beyond my grief. Within the cave in which the O-Man lived, I found ancient writings from the first children of Sithogua to escape Hyperborea, from the last priests of Adukwu. There, I found the prayer necessary to summon Adukwu, and I called him upon my enemies, the Indians, snuffing out their lives as a cold wind snuffs out a candle. I wish that I would not have to resort to such measures, but I must ensure that the enemies of my people are not allowed to speak a word of their existence. I called Ithaqua to dispose of Handelman, the Sasquatch expert. His poking around would only lead to heartbreak, and he was not the type of man who would accept the offer that I am about to give you. He says, I will not kill you as you have surrendered, but Should you agree never to breathe a word of the existence of my people, we shall allow you to live. You shall join us, become a member of our tribe, and embark with us on the great trek north, so that we may return to our ancestral home of Hyperborea, away from the prying eyes, ears, and hands of humanity, so that our species shall live in peace. Victor, what do you say?
May I offer you a counter offer?
Buell kneels down. He raises an eyebrow, and as his lip curls, you hear the Sasquatch behind him roar. One of them calls out, "He is danger! Stomp him into the snow!"
Offer sanctuary.
Buell raises his hand to silence the Sasquatch, and he says, Wait. Let us see what he says. I'd like you to make an appearance check, please.
Oh god, okay. Oh, that's a pass.
He kneels down, and he reaches out with two muddied, leathery fingers, grabs the collar of your lapel, and you see his eyes narrow as he sees the Miskatonic University pin placed there. He looks at your face. He says, "I recognize you. Mr. Richter, contractor in the employ of Professor Matheson. Professor Matheson, who has been assisting me ever since the expedition to Greenland, helping to ensure that I would find my people and lead them away to safety, that they may never be bothered again, to live in peace under the governance of Adukwu, children of Zothakwa no longer." He says, "So, I will allow you to speak. Give me your counter offer."
Well, as you have just observed, yes, I work for the Miskatonic University. I would like to offer you their protection. You go to where your homeland is, and the Miskatonic University will make sure that no one purposely or accidentally goes there. However, what they would get in return is you would tell them all of your history and everything you know of the gods, your god that you follow, as the Miskatonic University collects all this knowledge.
One of the Sasquatches bellows, "He lies!" Buell raises his hand as the Sasquatches draw in closer around you, their faces now clearly visible in the flickering lantern light, their stone axes raised at the ready to bring them down upon you at a moment's notice. I would like you to make a persuade check, please.
I'm not even going to try and push it. I'm just going to spend 5 luck
5 luck.
to make it a normal pass.
Buell stands silent, biting his bottom lip. And then he smiles and he says, "I know I could trust Professor Matheson. It's sure that it goes only between me, you, and him. Perhaps we have a deal." He thinks for a moment, bites his lip again. One of the Sasquatches steps forward and says, "What of Adukwu? Adukwu requires assistance." Buell nods. This is true. He says, "And if there is anyone qualified to provide assistance and, when needed, sacrifices to Adukwu, I can think of no one more qualified than Professor Matheson from the Miskatonic University. Do you agree with me, Mr. Richter?"
Yes, I will definitely say that is so.
"So then, please, Mr. Richter," Buell takes a step back. "Your life hinges upon the answer to this question. Henceforth, do you consider yourself above all other things? to no longer be in the employ of Professor Matheson, to no longer spend your life in pursuit of human ideals, do you, from this point onwards, agree that you are an ally of the Oman, friends to the children of Zothacua, and a friend to the god Adukwu?
I'm getting too old to run around the world. Yes, I agree.
He smiles. He says, "That was easier than I thought it would be. Please, please, recite a prayer to Adukwu this moment, so that we can seal the alliance. And then, we shall leave you in peace. You shall tell Professor Matheson that we journey to our ancestral home, and the two of you will be the only humans living in knowledge of this secret." He steps back, he folds his arms, and you watch as the Sasquatch slowly lower their axes and step in, forming a tight-knit circle around you, waiting for you to pledge yourself to Adukwu or Ithaqua, the Winter Walker. Please make a Cthulhu Mythos check.
Oh god, this is what's gonna kill me. God, I got a bit of 15, come on. That's a 24. I'm gonna spend 9 luck.
9 luck.
That brings me to 27 luck.
You kneel down before Buell. You touch your face to the snow and recite the prayer. Please, pledge yourself to Adukwu/Ithaqua. What are the last words of the campaign?
I, Walter Tarkle Richter, pledge myself to the great god Idukru. How do I pronounce it properly, sorry?
Adukwu, or as he's known as his actual name is, Ithaqua, the Winter Walker, also known as the Wendigo.
Ithaqua, the Winter Walker. I, Walter Tarkle Richter, pledge myself to Ithaqua, the Winter Walker.
There is silence for approximately 30 seconds. As you lie there in the snow, the wind picks up, gets more intense, the temperature lowers. Pieces of icicles and snowflakes buffet your hair. It feels as if the snow is going to pull you down into its infinite whiteness. The wind roars. Then as suddenly as it began, it stops. You feel Buell's hand on the back of your head. He lifts his hand. You hear his footsteps crunching in the snow. "You may raise your head," he says. You raise your head. Buell has his back turned to you, walking off into the darkness. The Sasquatch are gone. Thus concludes the campaign. I will now get the epilogue.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
I will get the campaign. Let us get our outro music.
Yay.
Because
I got my head bashed in with a rock.
I just want to ask, what did you guys think of that final encounter? I did tell you there would be no god.
That was really good. I liked it.
I'm gonna say it again. I got my head bashed in with a rock. Yay.
Yes, you did, but here we go. Here
But I
comes...
saved Arkansas, so
You saved Arkansas,
yeah.
so yeah, you're fine. So here comes the outro. I'm just going to make sure it's playing. It is playing. Okay. When the morning comes, there is no sign of the deadly encounter between two of the branches of the Tree of Humanity. The Sasquatch, the Hyperboreans, the Oman, the Vormis, the children of Zothacua, now the children of Adukwu, left no sign of their presence behind them. as they began their arduous, long journey to the north, to the land of Hyperborea, to the lost city in Greenland, where this all began. The only evidence of their passing being the stone cairn on top of the cliff face of the Caribou Mountains. A grave site for Donna, and beside it, two smaller cairns recently constructed in recent nights, with their own letters carved into them, M and A. Although Arkansas and Mike Moxley perished at the hands of the Hyperboreans, they were still given a proper burial. The cairns, their names, and the small patches of frozen orange fur and the winter flowers left as offerings to them, being a gift from Buell and the Hyperboreans to apologize, to state that they wished to kill nobody, because for the sake of it, that they did what was necessary to protect themselves, to keep the secret of their existence hidden.
Yeah, I'm sure that just warms my soul after you bashed my head in with a rock.
Walter...
Nice to know that you didn't want to do that.
Walter Victor, the lone survivor of this final expedition, returns to Arkham, informs Professor Matheson of the deal between himself and Buell, and Matheson nods, agreeing. The Miskatonic University shall continue its duty, as it has for decades since it was first established, to catalogue the unnatural and ensure that those unworthy of that knowledge never know of the many times when the world came close to its end, when the great old ones and the outer gods enforced their will over the planet and its inhabitants, and when civilizations long ago stamped out by time and fate continue to live in hiding, ensuring that one day when humanity meets its end, succumbs to the whims and manifestations of the Cthulhu mythos, that these long-gone civilizations, these precursors to humanity, these inheritors of planet Earth, emerge once again and reclaim their former glory. As we end our campaign, we cross several months later to three trappers going about their day-to-day business in the Caribou Mountains, searching for animals to trap and skin to make their living selling furs and leathers to the people of Dogfort and Kamloops. One of the trappers, a blonde-haired, bearded man with a big trucker cap, steps through the thick snow towards the base of the cliff face. The cliff face, which is the final resting place of Arkansas Smith. The trapper never finds this, as he will never dig deep into the snow, but under his feet lies the skeletal remains of the 20th century's greatest celebrity adventurer. What the trapper does notice, however, is that his foot stamps down on something hard in the snow. Did someone drop something? He mutters aloud, looks over his shoulder, raises his hand and waves over his friends. Hey, looks like we found something here. Someone dropped something. The three of them gather around the snow at the base of the cliff, and they begin to dig. Puzzlement fills all three of their faces as they reach down and lift up what was buried in the snow. Angular, made of black plastic, a cracked lens staring up into the white sky. A film reel still dangling from the back, somehow, through sheer miracle, protected from the snow and the moisture. The pictures contained within still completely intact. It is a camera. There are words branded into the side of the plastic, property of the Arkham Advertiser. And that is the end.
Hey, did you guys ever watch you guys all watched the ending of Watchmen, right?
Yeah. The final
Yeah.
act of will. The final act of Mike Moxley's will. That final luck check. That final push of consciousness that he made before succumbing to the endless darkness was a will that the scoop would survive, that the story would one day be broken. And so it is with your force of your own personality, Mike Moxley, that somehow, using the magical power embedded within you that had awakened over the last few investigations of this campaign, you kept the film safe, including the final picture that Arkansas snapped of the Sasquatch advancing in a circle around the group. Their bodies and facial features, their ape-like stony visages, their leathery skin, their folds of orange hair clearly visible for any who dares to develop the picture and take a look. I would like to thank Detroit by Dark and Rain City Realms for the following. Live and Let's Die for the raid with 14 people earlier in the session.
Hey.
I hope you all enjoyed the finale of our Curse of Sothogua campaign. I definitely did. I think the ending was perfect. And
Unless you enjoyed it, you were killing everybody.
yes, but Mike Moxley's legacy lives on.
Hey.
What will become of that camera? What will become of that picture? Those will be questions to be answered in a future campaign.
Oh.
We have completed Call of Cthulhu for this year. With that, I'd like to say thank you to our intrepid players. You may have died or gone insane, but this year we had 2 fantastic campaigns, established the start of a brand new continuity, and, best of all, did it without having to shoot the Mythos creatures in every session.
I didn't actually do a single combat roll in this campaign.
No, you didn't.
Not a single one. I've gone from one.
Jesus Christ.
The last campaign I did 1. This campaign I didn't do a single one, and I'm quite proud of that.
And you
Yes.
died, but literally in the final encounter of the game, which is when I'm going to kill people, because
Yeah.
which is so
And even
basically. So I would count it as you survived the whole thing, because you died in the ending.
Yeah, considering it, I have to admit to the people, my whole idea for Mike Moxley as a reporter was that he was just going to keep dying and getting replaced by people with just as bland and boring ass names, but it never came about because
Yeah.
being lucky and fucking
The
had enough
one-
sanity to just keep going.
That
Yeah,
said,
the one character.
yeah, that said, that camera still exists. It has property of Arkham Advertiser engraved into the side of it. There's still pictures on that film. Who's not to say that it might
Yeah,
not one day
considering-
make its way back?
Considering the other photos I took on that camera that day were also all the like stuff about
Yeah, in the
pretty much
library.
all the stuff from the library as well. So yeah.
Oh, they're gonna get a full story.
They are.
Yeah.
Who's to say that won't one day, may it be, whether it be weeks, months, or years from now, make its way back to the Arkham Advertiser and some other poor poor new cadet journalist takes it upon himself to continue Mike Loxley's work.
Yeah, that's gonna be an awkward. That's gonna be an awkward one. You're gonna like flash forward a couple of years later. Walter's just sort of sitting at the, a cafe or something. Reads the newspaper, opens the front page, is like, "Ah, shit."
So, yeah.
Yes.
So we have established
Oh,
the
God.
start of our brand new continuity. There will be no more Call of Cthulhu this year, and next year we'll be back for more Call of Cthulhu. But first, next week, and I'm going to announce it now at the end of our Call of Cthulhu session.
Yeah.
Next
fair enough.
week, we are all recording in person a very special session. We are recording the pilot episode to our brand new Vampire the Masquerade campaign.
Yes.
When our secondary horror game returns, either in a random Friday in December or next year, we will be returning with Vampire the Masquerade. Exploring a whole new type of horror where our players, Dungeons and Dagons, after having spent all this year as the investigators tracking down the monsters and running in fright from them, in our next campaign, Vampire the Masquerade, our players will be able to be the monsters and explore the personal horror of living the nightly curse of vampirism, trying their best to hold on to those tenuous links to humanity before they are absorbed by bloodlust and become nothing
Poses.
more than monsters of the night.
Goddamn poses! I was doing all this crap first.
We're gonna get even more spooky with this shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Call of Cthulhu will come back at some point after that campaign is done, and Vampire the Masquerade is longer than Call of Cthulhu, so I'm looking at like maybe 15 to 20 episodes for it, so maybe less than that. But we will return to the world of Call of Cthulhu and determine what consequences came from this divisive ending. Until then, thank you to everyone who was standing with us through the whole thing, and until next time, don't go looking for Bigfoot. Goodbye, everyone.
Farewell.
Bye, everybody.